like my first.
My computer wants to talk when it whenever I start the recording because I started it because.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. But as I was saying, I mean, after seeing that show, Joan of Arc Into the Fire, it was like my first Talking Heads concert there. Like you feel that vibe there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And but after the show, I met a couple of the cast members. That's why I met Sean Allen Krill. And here we are, 5 years later. We've stayed in touch. And not only that, I also met Mel Winningham, which I believe she's currently in Girl from the North County right now. That's the show Bob Dylan musical, if I'm not mistaken. And then of course I met Joe Lampert after the show. But it was an honor. But still, it was an honor meeting Sean Allen Quill 5 years ago when I went to see Joan of Arc Into the Fire. And as soon as I was like looking at the cast list, I was like Elizabeth Stanley. Where have I heard that name before? And turns out, Brain Blast Company. Cause that's why. Cause I mean, the first time I saw her was when she did the Tony Awards in 2010.
Mm-hmm.
She was doing a $1 Million Quartet, which I didn't recognize it was her at the time because she was in the Burnett wig at the time. But it was until around my freshman or sophomore year that's where I recognized her because she was with Raul Esparza book company, which I can't believe it's been 16 years now. So yeah, and then of course got hooked into Captain Gallagher's music, of course, because of a song. What was that song she did? Bad News. That's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
Bad News. That's where now I get this connection. You know what I mean? So there's that, and I was gonna see the show though. I had plans. I was gonna see it around my birthday month in May.
I had
You know what I
plans
mean?
too. I was going to go see it in June. And let me say hi, quick hi to Ernie. Hello, Ernie.
Hey, Ernie, my man.
How you doing?
How are you
So
doing,
good, so
Ernie?
good.
All right. So you guys were just mentioning about seeing the show and how you were going to see the show.
Mm-hmm.
I would tell you that during this age of COVID, if you got a chance to see a show, don't wait till I'll wait till the summer to see it, or I'll wait, see it like as soon as you possibly can either get the money to see it or the time to see it, because right now the reason why some of these shows are closing is because they the Omicron and Delta variant is like just running through the theater.
Oh yeah, big
and
time.
and a lot after 18 months of inactivity by Broadway, producers aren't gonna. I mean, I know they take out insurance in case these things should happen, but I gave this analogy to somebody else, which is you guys just bought a house, okay, or you're renting a house, but you can't move in, you can't use it, and you still gotta pay to rent it, So it's like no one wants to throw money out there, especially after this whole thing. So I think the Jagged producers probably ran a little bit antsy when a lot of the cast members started coming down with COVID again. And they just, pulled out. Some people think that they did the cast dirty. I don't think so. I just think that they're theater people, but they're also business people too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And for Jagged, we all know the problems that Jagged had with like the protests and everything like that.
Yeah, I saw a clip of that on the group page.
Yeah, these people spent a lot of money, more than probably any other show, and spent a lot of money on than any other show on Broadway to accommodate a lot of people. And it's just, I just think that like they just ran scared of like, okay, hey, we don't know what's going to go on with this whole COVID thing again. Normally the numbers for Broadway usually dip around this time of year anyway. Like they figured they would get like that whole Christmas rush and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But when COVID started hitting again and people started to shut down, they're like, oh man, we're not gonna go through this whole thing all over again. We don't know how, I mean, going through it the first time, they were talking about, we'll probably be back in like, like a couple weeks, 6 weeks.
Oh, I took it out.
Turned into
Oh, you took the nose off?
Yeah,
Where is it?
It's in the living room, right next to
I
the
was
original.
like, hold on, somebody stole the nose. Why didn't you wait till the 6th?
So 6
Three
weeks turned
kids
into like 3 months, and
We
3 months
think
turned
so.
into 6
Yeah, on the
months.
6th. What do you
And
mean?
Mm-hmm.
you guys all know what happened
Yeah,
next.
you
It
did
turned
say
into a
after
whole
5, so
18 months. So they just ran scared, and like a lot of other shows now, who've been hit with COVID are probably going to wind up closing soon too. Like I think Ain't Too Proud is supposed to be closing.
oh yeah, I heard about that.
Waitress, I think, is either I think it's supposed to be was supposed to be a limited run anyway, again, but they're closing. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if it ain't too long before you hear Tina's closing too. You know, so I mean, no one's gonna throw out money like they did the last time. They all learned their lesson. So that's just the way it is right now until COVID gets knocked down to where it's not as severe as it once was. Like, I mean, thank goodness that a lot of people are vaccinated on Broadway.
Mm-hmm.
So when they do get COVID again, it's not as severe. It's not like a life-threatening event.
Mm-hmm.
The first go around, nobody knew nothing. I sure as hell didn't know. I didn't even know I had COVID until Deanne told me once I started giving her the symptoms, because I was like typing out on Facebook about how crappy I was feeling, and then how difficult it was to breathe. I couldn't smell, couldn't taste anything. I couldn't hold anything, no food or anything in. And she goes, "You sound like you have COVID." And I'm like, "Nah." And she was like, "Yeah, did anybody speak to you?" And I was like, "Well, the only person I spoke to was the house manager, and they told me that Derek was the only one who had COVID." And she goes, "No, that's not true." And then I found out a whole bunch of the cast members had COVID. Then I'm like, "Oh, wow."
Thank goodness for Deanne saying
Well,
something.
Trust me, I've thanked her numerous times, but even before we left. As a matter of fact, the last night I think she was on at Frankie, and I even thanked her then. No one knew that was going to be our last show.
Yeah.
Because I told Lauren, if I would have known that was going to be our last show, I think I would have been a lot more what's the word I'm looking for? Um, I would have been a lot more aware and in the moment with everybody,
Present. Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm lucky that I still have a connection, with all of them. I mean, I spoke to Annalise like multiple times, same thing. Lauren called me, spoke to Elizabeth and Sean and everybody, so it's just right now it's an certain time on Broadway again. Just that the first time we didn't know anything about anything. Now these producers all know what it could possibly lead to, and no one wants to be holding the bag again and paying rent on a property that you can't use and you can't make money off of, money out of. So there's only money going out, but there's no money coming in. But anyway.
Yeah, I mean.
So Dolan, the point of that whole thing was that if you have an opportunity to see a show on Broadway right now, go see it.
Support theater, support Broadway.
Right, support it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You may not get the marquee stars or marquee talent. You may get, the understudies, but if it's a good show, it almost runs itself.
Yeah.
So
and it's cool to get to see the swings and the understudies get to shine.
Exactly.
Like that's a really special thing,
Oh yeah, absolutely. And
I went to see Dear Evan Hansen 2 years ago, and the person who played Connor Murphy was actually a college classmate of mine. I had a heart attack. I was like, shit, I actually know him. This is great. So you never know.
That's amazing.
Damn.
You never know.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, Samuel, go ahead.
All right. But I was before I get on with my junior JLP, MG, I just want to say I just saw your video on YouTube, and I honestly felt the same way that you're going through right now with the closure Jagged, because honestly, when I got the notification on the IG post, I thought it was like the post was like, okay, it's gonna close to the 21st. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully they're staying safe there. And then next thing you know, boom, hits right in the gut right there. But but on that note, but like I said, I was, at least I was lucky enough to meet the cast members virtually during the pandemic. I mean, I was lucky enough to meet Elizabeth Stanley, Derek Klana, Celia Rose Gooding, Catherine Gallagher. It was like 2 years ago now, like back in 2020. It was doing this convention at Broadway Evolve, and it's hosted by Betsy Wolf. And it was my 23rd birthday present, actually, to be honest with you, because I was
perfect.
Yeah, because like I said, I was gonna see the show for my birthday month in May 30th, but of course, it didn't happen. But I was lucky enough to see Alanis Morissette at Tampa for her 25th anniversary tour, and I was lucky enough to see the cast on the screen there. It was like everywhere I go, I was like, wait a minute, doing the song "Forgiven." I was like, is that Ebony Williams? And I was like, it is. I was like, holy shit. Every single song there, bunch of cast members or Jagged Little Pill comes up on the screen there. I was like, damn. They just came all the way from New York just to join Atlantis for the tour. I'm like, how cool. Badass is that?
Yeah.
But as I said this on my Instagram post there on the closing there, I am hoping if there ever is a national tour production of the show, or even a movie adaptation of it, because even though I'm an actor myself and I'm still in college, currently in college right now at SCF, I mean, I would hands down audition for that show, hands down, or even work with the cast members, because recently, over a month ago, I actually had the opportunity to meet Nora Shell at the Oslo, because hold on, I think I had the program right here. I met her from when I went to see Hair at the Oslo, and they play HUD. So I was lucky enough to meet Nora, of course, but also, of course, met Olivia Kaufman from Mean Girls, Caleb Wells from Bat Out of Hell, the musical, but it was like a trip down the memory lane for that production Hair, because I did the show 7 years ago at the Venice Theater, which keep in mind, I was 18 at the time, but that was where, of course, that was the first time I had been, you know, got into the understudy role, which keep in mind, I have never done an understudy role before. I've never done it before, but you know, you always like, you know, catch up with your actors course, like catch like choreography, lines wise. Because when I did hair 7 years ago, I was the understudy of Wolf. So that's where I got back to my guitar roots. Because I mean, I used to play guitar when I was like 5 to 6 years old at the time. And age 12, I just then I was 12 years old. I just stopped because I thought it wasn't gonna work out. But it was until 7 years ago when I did hair at the Venice Theater, which was directed by Ben Vereen.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, and
Well, I'll give you guys a little insight, a little tidbit.
Anytime.
That, and I should have known something was up when I saw him, because the crew was already talking amongst themselves about whether or not Jagged would live past January anyway.
Yeah,
because like I said, normally around this time in January, the attendance drops, and if you're like 900 or 1,000 seat house, if you're getting like 750, 800, that's still good. But if you're getting like 500, that's not good. And there was a couple of nights where they had closed off the mezzanine because there was, I think it was like around 500 people who came to see Jagged. So Arvin, one of the producers, came. Was it that final night?
I think it was December 17th. If you're talking about, that might be it.
I think he did come that night, and I spoke to him, and I asked him about Jagged in Australia, and he said that they had already launched, because our stage manager Ira and one of the music
Director Brian Perry.
No.
Conductors?
No. Brian stayed. He didn't go to Australia. But one of the tech guys went to Australia to set up the show. So I asked him, how was it, blah blah blah, and he said it was, it was going good, and that I said, are you planning on having a Jagged national tour? And he said that that's already in the works.
Okay.
Yes.
But he said at the time that our main focus was to keep the flagship, which was Broadway, going.
Yeah.
But then we started getting hit with, like, when you got Heather, who's sick with COVID, then her understudy is Annalise. And then when you have the understudy come down with COVID, now you have to eliminate a scene.
Yeah. Because no one
there's
else.
Nobody. Yeah. They don't have an understudy to the understudy.
Yeah.
Right.
So now you have to start eliminating scenes and cutting the show short, and you're not giving the audience the full range of the show.
Yes.
You have to start like, okay, we can't do this. We have to eliminate this track. That's when you start thinking, and you're watching the show, and you're like, wait a minute, aren't they supposed to be doing like, Unprodigal, at this scene? How come they didn't do that? It's because of those things. When you have your backup is out too, then what can you do? Like, I think we probably had one more person who could probably play Frankie if Deanne couldn't do it, because Morgan, I think, was out because she had hurt her foot.
Mm.
You know, I have that experience of the hurting the foot one because this was like a year ago when I was doing this showcase at my college, SEM. We were doing the opening number called "I Hope I Get It" from the chorus line, and I don't know what foot I stepped on, but as soon as I'm about to do the step touch one, this foot right here, went, that's it. And I was like,
oh, that's the nature of Broadway. I mean, people get hurt, especially on our show. Like they have those sliding panels and stuff like that, and like it's hard for you guys to see. Like if you ever sit in the mezzanine and you're looking down, you can probably see like all the like little tape marks and stuff on the floor where they're supposed to be standing, and they're color coded and everything. But I'm sure the crew as well as the cast can tell you how many of them almost got creamed by those panels because either they're late getting to a mark or leaving a mark, and the stagehands go like, so on clockwork. So if by a certain time they're supposed to have this panel in this place, if you're still there, you're gonna wind up getting hit.
Yep.
So I mean, it's they're professionals for a reason. They just don't let anybody and then they rehearsed. You figure like, well, what does like Sean and and Elizabeth have to rehearse? They've been on Broadway for like forever. Because if you're not in the right spot, sometimes you get lazy.
Yep.
Sometimes you're not focusing, and these things happen where you can get clipped by a panel. Same thing, when we had Anastasia, that we had a turntable, like part of the stage. They had it cut out, and it was like a revolving turntable, so it would spin around. And if you weren't paying attention, I mean, so I like I said, Broadway is a beautiful thing, especially if you have the wherewithal and the ability to be backstage to see what goes on. I mean, if it's a treat for you and you're sitting in the audience, think of how much of it is a treat to see what goes on behind the scenes and everything like that,
Yes.
And like I said, during this uncertain time, I wish now that I would have been able to see Ain't Too Proud. Because by the time I get around to it, it's probably going to be gone. Luckily, I got tickets to see Freestyle with my wife, like a month or two ago, and I'm fortunate to see that, to have seen that, because in the first go around, they were actually the first show that I worked before Jagged came in. So I wasn't even at my theater. I was still waiting for Jagged to be loaded in. And, they said, well, hey, the show's not loaded in, but if you want to work, you can sub, here at the booth. So that's what I did. I worked at the booth until Jagged rolled in. And that's how I got to know those guys, But at the first go around, I didn't even bother to see Freestyle Love Supreme. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, another Lin-Manuel Miranda show, big deal, And I still haven't seen Hamilton in person. Thank God. Thank goodness.
Oh,
Oh my
Disney.
God, it's a must see.
Thank goodness
I-
for Disney, and
I have.
be able to see it on TV. And now I'm wishing, damn, I wish I would have saw that show. You
Yeah.
know,
X.
so I mean, there's a lot of shows that I wish that being that when you work on Broadway, it's just like if you're a performer, 6 days a week,
Mhm.
8 shows a week, you know. So it's hard to get around. Most of the cast members, when they see other shows, either they see it on a Sunday when we only have a matinee, and then that they see the Sunday night show at someplace else, or they go on their day off, which is on a Monday,
Yeah.
which is our dark night.
Yeah.
That's the only way you can see a show, So I urge you guys, whatever shows are left or whatever shows are coming in right now, I would urge you to go see them as soon as possible. Don't think that you're gonna have this, this enormous amount of time because they just opened up like last. Who's to say both Sutton Foster and Hugh Jackman both got COVID?
Yeah.
So
It's
That-
all so unpredictable right now. It's
Right.
like
It really
do what you
is.
can.
So
That
who's to
upset
say?
me so much. I was like, I can't believe Hugh Jackman even got COVID. It's like, as soon as I
Yeah.
heard about that, I was like, it's done. It's over. It's over for me.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But I have a friend of mine that actually worked with Sutton Foster for the I think I have a friend of mine that worked with Sutton Foster when she was doing Shrek the Musical on Broadway. Hannah Beat. It was for this. Me and Hannah know each other for a long time. It was for this contest that Nickelodeon they did. Like if they have like a cast of Fiona, like some of the audition tapes there, and that was her Broadway debut. Actually, my friend Hannah Beat. So she was lucky enough to work with Sutton Foster in Shrek the
Very
Musical.
cool.
And as for Hamilton, though, I did see the show, but at the Strat Center back in February 23rd, that's where I met Nick Walker, who is currently in Ain't You Proud, Live at the Temptation right now, because the last time we saw each other was like in 2020, was doing Broadway sessions with Ben Cameron. They were like doing like what you call it? Audition songs and stories. So I was lucky enough to meet him, of course. But after the show, met the Kyle Scott Lab, and I did the Lafayette rap from Guns and Ships, which is not an easy thing to do. It is not an easy.
Understatement.
Yeah, it's on my Facebook page actually. The video is still up, and so I was lucky enough to see Hamilton there. So there's that. But even though I've done understudied before, the last time I understudied a show was back in November when I did The Mystery of Edwin Drood at my college, and luckily we had a full house there, full audience there. Everybody was vaxxed, of course. Although here's the thing, though. I'm in Florida now. Been living in Florida for 12 years now. Some of them would wear masks. Some of them not so much.
Yep.
But me, I mean, I follow the protocols there. You know what I mean? I follow the protocols there. Like I mean, even though next month I had to email Celine Rossethel, who's the artistic director of the Oslo, to see if they let me know if the casting of Hood is announced, because there's a 50-50 chance that I might be in Hood this June, which we run from June 3rd to the 26th. It's the entire Pride Month. It's at the Oslo Repertory Theater in Sarasota. So I don't know who else is gonna be cast in the show, but I do know a friend of mine who we have not seen each other since when we did the Broadway Junior Workshop production of Children of Eden in New York. I was 16 at the time. His name is Brad Simmons. He's the musical director of Hood for the Oslo at the time. So can't wait to see him again. But otherwise, but like I said, I'm lucky enough to be a part of the Jagged Pill fam. I really am. And basically, and I have a couple of friends of mine that seen the show, because I know some who I graduated with from Booker, seen the show, some who I, done shows with, have seen the production of it, but you know, even though I didn't get a chance to see it during the pandemic, at least, of course, I was lucky enough to see what it looks like with the bootleg style. And honestly, when Iris go on as Joe, oh my God, it is mind blowing there. And I cried a couple of times when I watched the bootleg when I saw that one, and I was like, God, I gotta do that show. That's on my bucket list to do. But
And you know
since
the sad thing about it all, especially with Jagged, is that they didn't even get a chance to record it for
the pro shot,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, the show is recorded, but they use it to help. The dance captain uses it in order to see how like they're performing, if they're doing their marks correct and stuff like that. So there is a recording of it, but it's not like how you would see like how Hamilton was recorded, and you know, it's not really ready for like broadcast, so to speak. So there is a legit recording of it, but it hasn't been recorded for what I guess the archives or whatever they call it, which is sad because normally they try to do it before the first but they try to do it with the original cast before they do the changeover. But
yeah,
during these wild COVID days, we didn't really have I mean, I would have loved to seen a recording where we had Celia back and Antonio, you know, and Nora and you know, well, they're no longer Inez, Iris, you know.
yeah,
But that's not going to happen now. I don't even think that they have a recording of them.
Yeah.
You know, because like we had just in 2019, 2020, we had just opened up. We probably had about a good
3 months.
3 months.
Yeah.
And then we're out for 18.
Yep.
You know, so I don't even know if the producers made any of their money back. You know, I mean, I know they had the whole COVID relief, that they got money from the government and stuff like that, but in reality, we probably only been open for 8 months, maybe.
yeah,
You know, so that's what sucks about the whole thing, you know. And like you know, I don't know, maybe you guys have read like my open letter to the Jagged family. It was just, you know,
I did, man, I
it
did.
was just it caught me at a real sad and depressing moment, you know. And I was just sad for I was sad for the cast.
Yeah.
Because like we had, I mean, like veterans, like, you know, like Derek and, you know, and Kat, you know, Elizabeth and Sean, and people who've done Broadway, you know that you can be on a show that opens and closes the same night, you know? So it's the nature of Broadway that shows open and close. Not every show gets to have a goodbye show. You know, some of them close just like how we did. Like, oh, by the way, that last Friday performance was it.
That was the last one.
You know?
Yeah.
So thanks for coming out. You know, thanks for seeing me out. But,
Yeah, no, to me, man.
that was it. You know, and I think I found out. I don't know if it was like either Haley or somebody had posted something, and I was like, oh no, no, this can't be true.
Yeah.
And who's the first person I call? Lauren.
Yeah.
And I told her I didn't get a chance to speak to her because I'm sure she had just been told.
Yeah.
So they were all probably like a little bit stunned.
Hit by a train.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
I left a message and I told her, I said, listen, if you get a chance, call me back. If you can't, just text me to let me know if this is true or not, because there's like, like rumors going around that we've closed already. And she texted me back and she goes, hey friend, yeah, it's true. It sucks. And just by the tone of her email, I could tell she was like down about it, So, and the one beautiful thing about Lauren Patton is if you're a friend of hers,
Yes.
she will make sure to see if you're all right, and and I got a call just the other day, asking if I'm okay, how's everything, because I haven't been back since we closed, since that last show.
Yeah.
I have not been back to the theater.
Yeah.
So they're all, worried about me. And I was just taking the time to heal up, because I kind of rushed back to be back for these guys during the, when they reopened, when Broadway reopened, and there's been plenty of nights when I've sat in my office in pain, just to be there with them, and because the cast is very young, younger than me. Shoot, I'm older than Sean. I think I'm probably when it comes to the company, I think I'm the second oldest under the stage manager, Ira.
Wow.
So
that means you have seniority, right, Ernie?
I know I don't look it, but I've lived a life,
Yeah, I mean, and I mean, basically, I mean, it's like Alanis Morissette once said: "You live, you learn." That's basically the life it is. But I would say this as well, when you said about pain and mourning, of course, because to me, personally, 2021 for me was like the most interesting year for me personally. I mean, like one of the biggest lows was, of course, the shocking closure of Jagged Pill. Second one was, of course, as I mentioned about my sprained ankle, but I've been healed since May of 2021, so I'm good to go. But the third one was, of course, the loss of Stephen Sondheim. That was the biggest blow for me there, because I mean, I sang his songs when I was at Booker High. I was a Booker High VP theater student, of course. I mean, I did Comedy Tonight, and the funny thing happened on the way to the Forum. I mean, that's how I got to know Elizabeth Stanley, from watching Stephen Sondheim's comedy with Wallo Esparza. I mean, so yeah, but hopefully, but like I said, no matter what happens for this year, hopefully it will be a better year than 2021. That's what I'm hoping for this year. You know
I
what
don't
I'm
even
saying?
think that because of all the temporary shutdowns, that they even honored Stephen with like dimming the lights on Broadway.
Yeah.
Because I mean, like I said, it's uncertain times right now. Normally, when you lose such a theater titan as Stephen Sondheim, normally every theater would honor him by going dark, like turning the lights off on the marquee for about a minute or two, or what have you. But I can't even recall that even happening. And you know, the sad part, you know, is that if you happen to pass away during this uncertain time, you know, you may get acknowledged in the theater press and publications and stuff like that, but you won't get a you know, honorary memoriam, you know, from I'm still eating, baby.
Yeah.
You can take you can take this. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. And I said this, and I said this, of course, for the 21-22 season. I mean,
Hey, Maribel.
hey, Maribel. You know, that's my mom's name, Maribel. That was my mother's name, actually. So talk about, isn't it ironic?
Oh, he made a pun there. Funny guy.
Very funny.
Yeah. But in all seriousness, man, it basically, when I said this to myself for the entire 21-22 season, because even though I've been doing theater in general for almost 20 years now, since 2003, that I'm gonna dedicate the 21-22 season for those we've lost from this time. I've dedicated to Terrence McNally, which I was very lucky and fortunate enough to meet him and his husband Tom Cadet back in 2018 when I was reuniting with Audra McDonald at the Van Wezel. Of course, dedicating it to God.
Terrence didn't die. He didn't die of COVID though. He was already sick.
Yeah.
For a while because you know I know Tom and Terrence too because I've seen them because of course Anastasia was at my theater, but yeah, he didn't. I mean, they kind of I'll give you another little backstage type of thing.
Yeah.
When Anastasia closed, the next show to come in was Frankie and Johnny, which is another Terrence McNally show. But Jagged was supposed to come in earlier than that, but because they knew that Terrence was very sickly, they got Audra McDonald and Michael Shannon to come in to do that limited run before Jagged came in, because they wanted Terrence to be considered for was it, didn't he win like a lifetime Tony or something like that?
Yeah, he did win the Lifetime Achievement. I remember that.
Okay, but that was the reason why we had Frankie and Johnny in there before Jagged, because Jagged was supposed. I spoke to Derek. I think he was at the 2018 Christmas party for it was, matter of fact, it was a Christmas party for Anastasia at Sardi's across the street. And at the time I think he had just got married. So, you know, and me and my wife had gotten married actually before Derek. So he was asking me how's married life doing, and I told him, and I asked him how's it feel to be, newlywed, and he told me, and he was like, I said, well, what are you doing now? And he goes, oh, I'm up in, in Massachusetts at the Art.
Oh yeah,
we got this show that's going to be coming to Broadway, Ernie. You're going to love it. And I'm like, yeah, well, what's the name of it? He goes, it's Jagged Little Pill. I'm like, Jagged Little Pill? And I'm thinking in my head, I've heard that name before, but it didn't, like, it wasn't instantaneous at, oh, hey, that's Alanis Morissette's album.
Yeah.
So of course he had to tell me that it was Alanis Morissette.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh yeah, of course that.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh great, He goes, yeah, Ernie, it's coming to trust me, it's coming to Broadway. So I'm like, okay. Now, in every show that's like off Broadway or off Broadway or way the hell off Broadway, all like to tell you that, hey, we're coming to Broadway.
Mhm.
You know, so in a way, I'm like, okay, Derek, you know, it's like I believe you if you say it, you know, but I'm like thinking, you know, you never know, you know, and sure enough, they had the people from Jagged stop by. This is before Frankie and Johnny got to the theater, even got to the theater.
Mhm.
Yeah, the people from Jagged coming to the Broadhurst, and they're measuring the stage, the whole kind of, and I'm asking the stagehands like, what the hell is going on? And he's like, oh, new show. So I'm like, well, what show? Why would, you know, Frankie and Johnny have to measure the stage and everything like that? And he goes, it's not for Frankie and Johnny. So I'm like, oh, okay. And they were trying to keep it hush hush.
Yeah.
Because, you know, things happen on Broadway. It's like, you know, they could never be no state secrets going on Broadway, because like they knew who the first front of house person is who started off this whole COVID thing to begin with. And they were able to track him from like what houses he worked in and everything like that. So when it comes to Broadway, there's like really no secrets. So, you know, they try to keep it hush hush. You know, I mean, I found out afterwards that it was the people from Jagged coming to the show, but they said the stagehands were like, they're gonna allow Terrence's show to come in because, you know, Terrence may not make it, you know, and they want him to be considered for the Tony, you know, I think revival or something, like one of those things, because Frankie and Johnny's been done like I think like 3 times or so on Broadway already.
Yeah, like first time it was back in the 80s. Then the second time was with Edie Falco from The Sopranos.
Right.
And then of course the third time was with Audra McDonald.
Yeah. You know, so it was all, I mean, like I said, I knew Jagged was coming before Jagged actually loaded into the theater. Like, I'm sure if you go by 44th Street tomorrow, you're gonna see all the trucks loading up, which is that I don't want to be there, because I know how I felt when Anastasia closed and they were ripping apart the stage and everything. And trust me, it is very depressing.
Yeah.
It's
I feel like it
depressing.
would just feel like disrespectful almost, even though it like has to be done, but it would just feel like no.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be done in front of anyone who had any part in the show.
No.
That's literally heart ripping. Like, here, let me just open you up and rip your heart right out.
Exactly.
So I mean, like, and trust me, during that time with Anastasia, Christy, if you ever watched any of her YouTube videos with what they call it, something Misfits, she was doing like a weekly type of like not a show, but a little
like a vlog.
Yeah, right, video thing. YouTube with her, Derek, and John Bolton. And if you ever seen her dressing room, I mean, first of all, her dressing room had all the candy in it. Wow. Okay, I mean, literally, she had a shitload of candy.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're talking about because I've seen all the vlogs.
Yeah, I mean, you could get a sugar high from being in her dressing room, and like her dressing room was right off of the stage because you know, she had the most changing of the outfits and the dresses and everything like that. Yeah. So it wasn't like she could be up in the house like on the first or second floor, and then have to run downstairs with those dresses on. So they gave her dressing room was right off the stage, which is now it's the stage manager's office.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
But they usually for like either big time stars who probably are on stage a lot, they would give them that particular dressing room.
Yeah.
But
Are you trying not to say divas, Ernie? Are you trying not to say divas?
you know, hey,
I mean,
trust me,
looks like
there's
he's
a lot
trying
of
to not say
there's a
something.
lot of guys who work there who could be listed as divas too.
that is true, though. That is true.
I wasn't saying just female divas. Like anybody can be a diva.
Yeah.
That's so true.
But well, I'll tell you one thing. Even though she's very down to earth, Audra McDonald had a personal no, not as they all have pretty much have personal assistants, the big time names, but I'm talking about she had a what you call a designer come in to design her dressing room, because she had two dressing rooms. One was a meeting room where she would meet like her friends and special fans or whatever that came backstage when they still allowed people to come backstage.
Get that VIP experience.
Right. And then the other one was her dressing room, you know. And
That's smart, honestly.
so,
Oh yeah.
I mean,
And
Michael didn't care. He was, you know, I'm from Brooklyn, you know, which is what he would say, because he didn't really do the whole star treatment. He would take the subway home. You know, imagine seeing General Zod, on the train ride back home to Brooklyn.
Listen,
you know,
it's
you have
New
all
York.
these like,
That's typical.
yeah, all these Superman fans who were used to chase him home, you know. But I'll tell you another thing is that most of the time, if the actors don't come out and like, okay, we'll take Lauren. If Lauren doesn't come out with the knit cap and the checkered shirt, most of these fans don't even know who she is. Like, you know, okay, yeah, I love Lauren Patton, blah, blah, blah. And then I'll be standing at the stage door and they're like, can you tell me if Lauren Patton is, you know, has come in? And I go, you didn't see her walk right by you?
It's like right there. Like, oh, that's her right there.
It's her over there.
I can't even say anything because I'm visually impaired. So unless I'm like right up in her face, she could walk right past me and I'd be like, oh, cool, a fellow fan.
But honestly, I love that for her. I love that she has that ability to have that anonymity so that she can just kind of do her own thing, because that she deserves that, especially after a show. Like, she deserves to go.
Well, I tell you, Sean, during the show, while the show is on, he would go out, stand outside the stage door and smoke a cigarette. Sean. In costume.
Oh, wow.
Well, because everybody's inside watching the show. That's a really smart idea.
So
like, that's a grand time.
Like, he's a smoker. Michael Shannon is a smoker, but they allowed Michael Shannon to smoke, and there's an alleyway on the other side of the theater that they allowed him to smoke because, like, you know, Michael Shannon is an odd guy.
Yeah, Michael Shannon.
You know, but Sean is very affable, you know. So when they asked him, like, you know, not to smoke over there, he goes, okay. And I told him, like, how come you don't get the same treatment as, you know, Michael Shannon? Michael Shannon was able to smoke in the alley. And he goes, well, they don't want me to smoke in the alley. He goes, I wish I would have known that beforehand. That would have been my bargaining chip. You know, because some people would walk by down the street. And usually, if he went out to smoke, I would stand at the door.
Sure.
You know, And he would either look at his phone while he's smoking. That would be his break or whatever. And like he didn't have like an earpiece in, so he would know just by I guess like his normal timing and rhythm of the show. He would know, okay, let me put this out and go back in. And then he would go out and sing, Mary Jane or whatever,
Yep.
So he used to go out and smoke, but very few people, unless he was standing by that picture,
like next to himself,
right, and smoking, there were people who walk by and go,
that double take,
you're that guy in the show. So most of the time, people don't even realize who's who. Chris Jackson, used to tell me when he was at Freestyle, he was also in Hamilton too. I go, you're going outside and walking down 44th Street? And he goes, yeah. Now, he's in the TV show Bull. So not only is he doing Broadway, not only is he a Hamilton veteran, he's also doing Freestyle Love Supreme. People see his face everywhere. And I'm like, don't you get mobbed walking down 44th Street?
Oh, shit.
No. He goes, no. Now, if I walk down 45th Street or 46th Street, then I'll get mobbed because that's where Hamilton is. And people know him from there. But if he's in his regular clothes and stuff, they don't know.
Wow.
Zachary Quinto used to walk down 44th Street every day at the same time to go get his lunch, talking on the phone. And I'm like, oh, snap, there goes Spock.
Live long and prosper.
And I'm waiting. I go, let him know, like, hey, how you doing? And he, wave and continue to walk on his phone, walk with his phone. And I'm like, nobody knows who this dude is.
Because his ears are normal. If he had the ears.
Right. Now if he's walking out in like, Star Trek memorabilia, and a uniform on.
I mean, yeah, that's a dead giveaway. Come on.
I mean,
although you would get that one person that would be like, oh, cool, like a fellow Trekkian, and just walk away, not even realize.
Honestly, like, I feel like a lot of people have that feeling of like, is that? No, it isn't. And it's just somebody in cosplay. It's just someone who really looks like them. I feel like that's also a factor in this too.
I've been in like
and also that's the apathetic New Yorker too. It's like, oh yeah, there goes Jerry. Because actually, I saw Jerry. The very first show I worked on Broadway was a Jerry Seinfeld produced show, and it was starring Colin Quinn, and it was actually, I came in towards the end of its run because what was coming next was Rock of Ages. So Jerry Seinfeld would be standing outside and nobody would know who he was. I mean, I could say that's Jerry Seinfeld over there, and people would be like, that ain't Jerry Seinfeld, And I'm like, wow, they don't, But if he walked out of the theater with his face right there, they'd be like, oh, Jerry Seinfeld. But if he's standing outside on the street corner, talking, on his cell phone or whatever, they don't know.
Yeah, it's funny too, because that happened to me like 5 years ago which was, of course, the last time I was at New York at the time, which was doing spring break with the SCF Did It Department Squad. We went to see Come From Away, and it was in previews. It was in previews at the time. It was because I have a couple of friends of mine that's in the show. Chad Kimball, of course, we're friends on Facebook, and of course, Rodney Hicks. But I was sitting in the audience there, and I saw someone that went hair, and I was like, "Is that Bernadette Peters?" I was like, "No, that's not."
No.
And so I was like, my mind's like, "Son of a bitch, it is." I'm like, the fact that the girls there is like, "Yep, it's Bernadette Peters."
I'll tell you a person who I didn't know. Oh, she's my theater crush. But damn if she's not a midget.
Kristen Chenoweth.
Yes, Kristen Chenoweth. She
My God!
She
gotta
really
be
that
about
short?
like at least like 4'11". That's probably with heels on.
Yeah,
You
she
know.
is pretty short. Yeah.
I'm like, holy
That makes all
smokes.
5 foot of me feel great about myself right now, just so we all know.
Hey, I'm 4'11". You shouldn't feel bad. I'm 4'11". That's 4 foot across the board.
Listen, one of my best friends is 4'11", and we got stopped by the cops because she was driving me home, and I got yelled at saying, "Why am I making my 12-year-old drive a car?" And we
Oh
both
my
had to
God.
pull our ID cards out, being like, "No, really, actually, she's 2 years older than I am." So here you go, officer.
Oh my God, that's so dear. Oh God.
He
But
was
yeah,
mortified. He was like, I don't even know what to say. I'm just gonna get back in my car now. Have a good day, peeps.
Yeah, but she's like I love Kristen Chenoweth. She's very nice.
Yeah.
You know, just I was like, I'm not I mean, for as long as I've probably been working in theater, I shouldn't probably say I'm not a theater guy, but I really don't consider myself a theater person.
You have musical interests outside of theater.
Yeah.
Right. You know.
Yeah. It's okay. It's all
So
good.
when I see Kristen Chenoweth on TV, I'm not saying like, oh wow, she's short or anything, because she's big in stature to me until I saw her in person.
Yep.
And I was like, no way.
Yeah, because you're like, how does that voice come out of you? That's my
Right.
question.
I'm always amazed by that myself.
I usually don't fan. I'm pretty good. I don't fan out over actors. I mean, that's
You say
something
that now until you meet them and then you can't speak.
Oh no, I mean, I'm very respectful. Like okay, for example, like Brian Stokes Mitchell will probably is considered like another Broadway royalty
Oh my gosh.
veteran,
Yes.
and Tommy Tune,
Mhm.
and like old school kind of Broadway vets. He was the one who told me that I should call him Stokes, because all of his friends. Yes, he did.
Wow.
For me, I was being very, like, sure thing, Mr. Mitchell, he's like, you can call me Stokes. And I'm like, okay, Mr. Mitchell. And he's like, Ernie.
Yeah.
Okay, Stokes. And he goes, listen, he goes, all my friends call me Stokes. Call me Stokes. And I'm thinking, so he came, Jagged had, in the very, very beginning, had like this legacy coat or something
the robe
that they do.
You're talking about the robe.
And he came to the theater. And I'm thinking that this man who's worked on Broadway for like ever and was like in Hollywood and did Trapper John MD and all this kind of stuff. He goes, hey, Ernie, how you doing? And I'm thinking, how the hell does this guy remember my name?
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, and I'm like, should I call him Stokes? Should I call him Mr. Mitchell? It's been a while. And I'm like, I'm fine, Stokes. How are you? That's the kind of guy, like, I mean, like I joked the whole best stageman on Broadway thing was a joke. It was like my thing, because a lot of the guys who worked on Broadway, who was stage doormen, were pissing me off because there's a lot of things that they just didn't do. Like even the ones that that I worked with, the shows would say, well, hey, we're glad that you're here, Ernie, because we know that you would do X, Y, Z. Or, they'd be like, Ernie's here, blah, blah, blah. And then the other stage doorman would go and be like, why are they giving you so much love? That's because I pay attention to them.
Oh yeah.
If they need anything, if they have any problem, if they're being stalked by fans or something like that, we do. In order to have this position, you have to have at least a security background or security license to be a stage doorman. So do you have security who does the walk-in? That's the private detail security when you go to a show.
Sure.
And most of those guys are either law enforcement, former law enforcement, or retired law enforcement.
The real deal.
Right.
Oh yeah.
They get paid good money for the short amount of time that they work the shows. And then there's backstage, where you have the stage doorman who, at least when I got hired, we all had to have a security license. That's what they preferred.
Yeah.
Then you have, at least for the Schubert houses, they have their own security force as well. To work in coordination with the PD that's on the block, as well as security that's working the theaters.
Yeah.
So there's maybe 3 or 4 levels of security on Broadway. It's the most protected area in New York City.
As it should be, honestly.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
So nowadays, especially after the pandemic, well, you shouldn't really say after, because we're not really finished with it yet.
Still going on, but
we're not done yet.
It's a
After the
5-year run
initial
according
surge,
to the
maybe we'll say.
microbiome people.
Right. During the pandemic, especially when we were shut down, I don't know if you guys had seen what Broadway looked like, because it was.
I'm a native New Yorker. I saw what all of Manhattan looked like, and I think my heart shattered about 7,000 times over.
Without a doubt. I was like, wait a minute. Are they filming The Walking Dead in New York City?
Right? Oh my God, that was my initial reaction.
It's it was very jarring. I remember I went to pick up, before I got sick with COVID, it was the we shut down March 12th. And I think I went to go pick up that check. No, March, was it March 12th or March 17th? I forget, but it was that last week. And I went to go pick up my check. They at the Majestic, where they have Phantom. And it was that's when Broadway was definitely shut down. We found out it was going to be shut down.
Yeah.
We didn't know how long, but we're going to be shut down. And I went to go pick up my check. And as I'm coming out, across the street at John's Pizza, homeless guy just drops his trousers.
What the hell?
Standing there.
New York, friends.
You can see his birthday suit. And
you see things you don't want to see in the city.
Right. And he just number 2s right there in front of John.
Lovely.
Wow.
And surprisingly, before we had Broadway was shut down, but the restaurants hadn't closed up yet. They were finding number 2s all up and down 44th Street.
This is some sort of metaphor for the world.
Right. They just took it. They just took a dump on Broadway, and that was it. And it became very disgusting to walk around. I mean, they pulled the cops off of the detail because there's no reason to protect the shows and the fans and everything if there's no shows going on.
Yep.
Normally you can't walk a corner
Mhm.
in Times Square area when it doesn't have a cop
Yep.
on it, or
Yeah.
several cops. But in the beginning stages of the pandemic, when the Broadway shut down, they pulled all those police officers. That's why, like, if you lived in Hell's Kitchen during the pandemic, it was probably a very scary time for you because there was a lot of, like, first they were taking those hotels and they were making them like
Homeless shelter.
homeless shelters, yeah.
Mhm.
And there was a lot of like stabbings and shootings on like 9th and 10th Avenues, over there and everything.
Like the purge.
Yeah, yeah, you're absolutely right. So it was definitely a scary time, and I mean, to me, you still kind of have that element around, even though Broadway opened back up.
Yeah.
But now there's a police presence. But before there wasn't a police presence, so it was like overrun. They owned that whole area. You had people sleeping in front of theaters, sleeping in front of restaurants. Um, like who would have thought that even on our block, 44th Street, they turned that restaurant that was upstairs. I forgot what they call it, but they had multiple restaurants upstairs, and
I can't think of them either, but I know what you're talking about.
yeah. Well, they made that now into a Walgreens, but
Mm.
there was a store there that sold like the memorabilia and stuff, like New York City memorabilia.
Sure.
Mm.
Yeah.
That went out of business. What you call it came in. Walgreens came in. There was it Dylan's Candy on the other side. What's the name of that candy place that I think what you call it owns, honey?
Dylan's Candy Bar?
Sugar. What was it? Sugar bar? What do you call it? Candy sugar bar or something? Yeah, that went out of business. A lot of the restaurants and stuff went out of business because of the pandemic, and some of them weren't going to come back. And they just totally, people shooting up drugs right there on the street. When Broadway first came back after the shutdown, and Jagged didn't come back yet, so they had me doing day work, bouncing to several different theaters and stuff. And I happened to work. You guys still there? Can you still hear me?
Yeah. We're listening intently.
We are wrapped with attention, Ernie.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we're just good there.
I was working at the Golden, and the Golden, where Thoughts of a Color Man is, the Majestic with Phantom, and the Jacobs. Is it Jacobs Come From Away? I'm not sure. No, it's something else. I think Company is at the Jacobs.
Yeah, but not be Jacobs was Company.
Okay. Their stage door is on 45th Street.
Mm-hmm.
But it's at the entrance, the back entrance of the hotel where they do their like deliveries and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So there's like a little alleyway, and you can't get backstage. You have to buzz the intercom in order to get back to where their particular stage doors is. But that's where the entrance is to their backstage area.
Yeah.
So they were having junkies walk down into that area, shooting up like heroin and everything. People were telling me that they had to step over people's bodies and stuff in order to go to work, and I mean, I would hope that the new mayor, and if there's ever another shutdown, which you really don't want to happen, because if Broadway shuts down again, I think it would severely damage the industry.
I was amazed that it was able to make it through and come back, but yeah, I don't know if it would survive another one.
And they're trying very, very hard to not shut down.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah.
But like I said to you earlier, that it's uncertain times. So, and a lot of producers aren't gonna risk
Health and
their
safety.
money,
Oh, yeah. That's true.
You know, because it comes down to money.
Yeah.
So don't let it. Don't. The artists are there for the artistry.
Yeah.
You know, and everything. The producers are there for the money.
Yeah.
Because only thing that they care about is how many butts are in the seats.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even really care about whether or not you guys buy merch or not.
Merchandise, yeah.
Merch is like a side deal with the show.
Yeah.
Okay, trust me, I know, because in order for me to do what I do exactly, you know, in order for me to even sell you that hat, MG, you know, normally I ask the production whether or not they would mind if I can do it. And now, what I tried to do was I wanted to get my foot in the door, because Creative Goods and Araka shouldn't be the only people on Broadway to make millions of dollars selling cheap ass merchandise. And I'm sorry to say it that way, but
you're not wrong.
Half the shit they sell you is cheap, made from Taiwan or whatever. Like they had during Anastasia's run, they had that music box, whatever, with the dancing.
Yeah.
That was made out of plastic, wind up type of thing. Those things came in broken.
Ooh.
And they were still selling them.
Oh, Lord.
Wow.
You know.
Yeah, no.
So and they were charging people like $150 for plastic. And people were paying them.
What the fuck?
Well, remember who goes to Broadway shows? It's a lot of people from outside of New York. Like when I go to a show, I mean, JLP, I think, was the first show that I bought merch from. Other than that, I 9 out of 10 times don't.
Yeah.
So who are they selling to?
It just, I urge you guys, when you go to a show, take a look at their merchandise.
Oh yeah.
If it takes, like, you know, like I said, in order for me to do what I do, I like to think that my stuff is quality.
It is.
And like I had one person question me about the Anastasia jacket that I had made, and I had to go through a lot in order to get that done. And what I did was, I went to Christy, Altamari, and I asked her. I said, "Listen, can I get your autograph?" And she's like, "Ernie, you work with me. You don't need my autograph." You know. So I said, "No." I said, "Christy, I have an idea." And I said, "I want to make a jacket, and on every jacket, I want to take your autograph, digitize it for embroidery, so everybody who orders a jacket from me has your autograph with your picture of you, doing that Anastasia pose or whatever like that."
Genius.
Nice.
So she said, "Okay." So she wrote it, and I said, "Christy, you're gonna have to make it a little bit bigger, because something like that small is not gonna, come out on the jacket."
Yeah, I know it's not gonna work.
Marker. And I wish I was business savvy enough to actually keep that autograph.
Yeah, Ernie.
It didn't dawn on me at the time.
Hey, she'd probably do it for you again, Ernie, I bet, if you asked her.
I mean, yeah.
So she wrote it in black magic marker about like that big.
Mm-hmm.
And I took that and digitized it. And then I had it, like I said, digitized for embroidery. And on every jacket, it said, I don't know if you've seen a couple of them.
Mm-hmm.
It said Anastasia the Musical. Actually, I do have a jacket here. But anyway.
Yeah, and I'm actually seeing Anastasia this March at the Ben Wazel.
Well, you know what? If you had the chance to speak to Kyla, what's her last name? Stone? Kyra Stone, the first black Anastasia.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Ask her.
Okay.
You and me. Ask her if she got the hats that I sent her and the crew.
Okay.
Because I sent when they were in Minneapolis, I sent them hats that said Second National Tour on the back. Because I had sent them the first national tour hats, of course, the Broadway production hats, and the Madrid production. I sent them hats, and all I asked Kyla to do was to send me a picture, but she never has. So I don't know if the venue actually gave her the hats. I don't even know if she got it or not.
Yeah.
So if you speak to them, I mean, if you see a bunch of Anastasia fans walking around with like a gold A on the hat, that's something that was created by me.
Okay.
Which
Ernie,
a lot
I
of
got on the site and I found the jacket. I'm putting it in the chat so people can see it.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep. Saw the link.
Oh yeah. If you guys see the link, just click on you'll see the jacket that I made.
Yeah.
So like I said, it's a business thing for the production, because I asked even Arvind and Vivek if I could sell merch.
Yeah.
And
Ernie, this jacket is fantastic. Sorry.
Isn't it?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Check out the whole site. There's all kinds of cool stuff on there.
Yeah. Usually, like I usually make stuff for the shows that I really like and feel passionate about. And sometimes I feel like I can do a better job with the merch than the people who are selling it to you. Because like I said, they only thing they care about is your money. They want it's not like I don't care about money too, but I'm like, if I'm gonna sell you something of mine, I don't want you to say, oh, this is crap, but I'm gonna buy it because it's the only game in town, and I want to have a memorabilia from the show, So usually what I do is I call myself Backstage merch, which is I'll make stuff for the cast members, like the hat that MG has on. Like if you had come to see the show, you probably saw like Ren usually wears her hat a lot. A lot of cast members, and Elise wore her hat. And the very first thing that I wound up making for the show was actually T-shirts and mugs, coffee mugs, and the mugs matched the shirts. Like I did to the theme of Hand in My Pocket, which was like it was like a regular stick figure type of guy, and it would be like, I got one hand in my pocket and the other one's flicking a cigarette, and the other hand's playing a piano, other one's handling a taxi cab, that kind of thing. And I got a couple of the cast members to wear it, and the fans kind of really liked what I had made and what I had made. So I was just trying to get my foot in the door, trying to get my foot in the door with the show. And I made an offer to Eva, and she said that, hey, well, it's very difficult because the show makes multiple deals. Like, I don't know who the merchandiser is in, like, when the show goes on a national tour, if it's Oregon or someplace like that.
Mm.
I don't know who that merchandiser is. It may be some subsidiary of Creative Goods, or maybe somebody else in that particular town that they signed an agreement with. Luckily for me, they know that I'm small potatoes, and they know that I can't really affect like a Rocca or Creative Goods bottom line. So they let me do whatever I want to do.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to affect anybody's bottom line. So it's like they throw me scraps. I'll gladly take the scraps, but I just think that my product is way better and way more thought out than some of theirs.
That's what I was gonna say, because I shamelessly plug you at every opportunity. You know this, Ernie, because I can tell you how quality everything is. But it's because of you come up with the ideas for things, like the Hand in My Pocket series, genius
Oh,
idea.
yeah.
But you also then make a quality product from that. It's you get both of those things. So yeah, yours are quality.
Yeah, so I mean, like I said, I've been fortunate that some of the fans, and especially if you really think about it, in order to get some of these stars, like, I don't know if you guys saw the little video of Sean plugging the merchandise, and he's doing like the little rap. Yeah. I can't to pay for that kind of publicity from, a major, Broadway actor is like, I wouldn't have enough money to pay him, that he just did it for the love of me.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, I told him that I love him for it because he really hammed it up, which made the video even more funnier,
He fully committed, and it was amazing.
Right, So I mean, the same thing, like the jacket that I made, for Christy, I gave her a jacket for free,
and
she still paid me for it. And I said, well, Christy, I mean, this is you on the jacket, and it's your autograph on the jacket, and I don't have money to pay you. And she did a video for me too, and I said, I don't have the money to pay you for, wearing my stuff and advertising my stuff. And, and she's like, please. I was like, wow, so, I mean.
Ernie, people love you. You have to get through that. That's like, they love you and they want
Yes, exactly.
Exactly.
Well, I just been, I've been fortunate to have a good job. I work with some good people, and they've really looked out for me, and I'm gonna miss this jacket. Probably is just as bad as the Anastasia crew, if not more, because I think I party with John Bolton a lot. He's my dude. I miss him a lot. But shoot, Annalise used to come downstairs and film like these goofy videos with with me or whatever like that, or she'd be dancing. She's just she's a pisser. I love working with Annalise because it's like you can be having a real shitty day, and she's the kind of person who just pick you up. Lauren's the kind of person who's very empathetic. If something's going on with you, she'll pick up on it right away. And, she's very, soothes your soul, she'll find out what's going on with you. She's like, you look like you need a hug. She'll just come and give you a hug, So it's like, I'm fortunate that I have these guys' phone numbers, it's a rarity that I call them or anything, I like to keep myself available to them because I usually tell them like once your house, always your house. Like, if you're at another show and like, you're walking down 44th Street and, you got to use the restroom. There's no way I'm going to tell you, I'm sorry. You don't, your show was 2 years ago, you're going to have to go someplace else to go pee. I'm not gonna do that. I'm like,
Right.
okay, well,
You
it's not like
could.
you don't know, it's not like you don't know the theater. You've worked here. So go ahead, do what you got to do. So I mean, like I said, I've been fortunate with, especially with this show. They've really, and after all the things that my hospital stay and some of them checking in with my wife to see if I'm okay and everything, that's the kind of like, I kind of like love you can't repay or find. It's very rare that you find, you got people who are juggling several different things. Some of them are like, recording like albums and then appearing on the show, and then they are rehearsing for something else, and then their lives are very busy, but they still find time to find out how I'm doing, or I take like a day or two off and I'm getting text messages. Are you okay? Are you okay? Where are you? And I'm like, gee, I'm just the doorman. Well, I mean,
It's because they miss you, Ernie.
Yeah.
The doorman.
Exactly.
You need to realize how important you really are to everybody.
well, I mean,
I second Haley.
I that's why I wrote the open letter to them, because I wanted them to know how I felt. Like this sucks. I mean, it's one thing when you're gonna close and you can mentally prepare, and everything, and once the cast and crew know when a show is gonna close, it's like, okay, they compartmentalize everything, and they're not like breaking down when the show closes, But when you have this kind of like abrupt kind of, shutdown, I'm sure it took a while, because from what I understood was a lot of the cast members were upset, and rightly so.
Yeah.
Especially like the newer ones like Virginia and Ren and Audie and, a whole bunch of them that like were new to Broadway.
Yeah.
This is like their first taste of Broadway experience. And it's like they were robbed. COVID robbed them of their moment to shine. We'll never know another Joe on Broadway, because I'll tell you this, normally the original cast does not stick around as long as, like I said, we almost had a 2-year gap between the last time we were on.
Yeah.
There were other people who were in some of these roles that never got a chance to get on, who just got hired shortly before we went out. Like Maya Blaney, who was a ensemble member, who was a singer, and or I should say more like a recording artist, who never got a chance to go on stage. She did rehearsals and stuff like that, and then next thing you know, we're out. So she never got a chance, a Broadway chance, you know. And my heart just breaks for them, you know. Like I'm not even sure. From what I understand, Audie was still living in his college dorm.
Wow.
Ow.
Yeah, well, yeah. And now he's gonna have to find either I guess go back to school full time. Like this, I think his school was allowing him to
Phoenix.
to stay. Yeah,
Yeah.
you know. So I mean,
I also feel for the people who tested positive for COVID in the cast and didn't get to perform in that last show, because
Yeah.
they're learning that their final show was actually maybe 2 or 3 days before that, and they really didn't get to know that they were going to be dead. So,
Right.
you know, but I tell you, like I said, we were already discussing, and when I say we, it's more like this. The stage hands have an ear to like everything.
sure.
So if there's any, because they usually deal with show management a lot more than I would ever do. Like I see them in passing if they come to see the show or see the members of cast members or what have you, or something like that. But they deal with the production side of things, so they have their ear to the ground, and like, they were already talking about, like, you know, whether or not Jagged was going to make it out of January beforehand, you know, before all this went down. And our show at the time, we were very stringent with the testing. We started off, the whole thing started off, you had to have your vaccination card. Had to show your vaccination card, excuse me. And then it went to, you have to be tested, I think either once a week or so. Then it became twice a week. Then it became 3 times a week when certain cast members started, when certain people around Broadway were starting to get sick with COVID. When they were all talking about how the variant was working its way to New York and everything. And then certain people started getting sick. And then when the first, I think, like 2 people from our show got sick, they had us testing every day. Some houses, like Company, moved the testing site into the theater.
Wow.
So they would come into work. Before they would come into work, they would have to be tested, rapid test, and then they get their results, and then they will allow them to come into the theater. You know.
Yeah.
So, and too many of our crew, cast members got sick, pretty much all at the same time, and the show just decided to wrap it up. You know.
Yeah.
So it's just, it sucks. I mean, during my tenure on Broadway, I've been through Hurricane Sandy, which you know, the block was flooded, the train stations was flooded to the point where you can be on 44th Street at the corner, look down and see the whole thing down in the subway flooded with water. Yeah. I was working Anastasia at the time, and after Hurricane Sandy, trying to get like a Uber or trying to get to work, because like I lived off the train line, so I would get out right at 44th Street. But if the train is flooded, you know, it's like, where you gonna go? So, and there's no above ground train that'll get you down to 42nd Street. So I told them my house manager, like, how am I going to get to? They wanted me to come into work. I'm like, how am I going to come into work? So they're like, we'll pay for your taxi. I was like, okay, sold.
I'll take that.
That day, I had taken my wife, and I think I had dropped her off at work in the taxi, and I went on to my job, you know, and so like I said, I've been through some stuff, but this pandemic, we were all talking about it when we first heard the first cases, and before we had shut down, and we thought that we shut down for like, some thought a few days, some thought a couple of weeks. No one would say, hey, we would be shut down close to 2 years. 18 months is a long time. And it felt like lost time. Like 1 minute I was working, the next minute it's like, it's like, I don't know if you guys follow like the Marvel Studios things with the whole blip thing. It's like, and next thing you know, it's like a year and a half had passed already. And that's the way it felt. A lot of people in the industry decided not to return to the industry. A lot of people like stage managers are selling real estate now.
Wow.
And doing other things other than what they love, because
So much uncertainty.
Right, you got to put food on the table.
Yep.
And and it's just funny how many people had COVID babies, like Elizabeth.
There's nothing else to do.
And Heather, COVID babies. I was like, or I had gotten married in the time that we were out. So yeah, because I think Deanne got married, Kelsey got married.
I know Elizabeth was supposed
And
to get
Elizabeth
married.
got married, so it's
I feel like too, when you're talking about like that lost time and how it's like what's going on, it's like life was still happening. And so it's kind of cool that we get these life events that are reminders that the world is going on and things are still happening. So the fact that people got married, it makes me happy that there's like still some joy and still things going on outside of just all of this.
It's like in the course of my time on Broadway, there's so many actresses that now are like first time mothers, and looking at their Instagram and going through their whole pregnancy journey and delivering the baby and everything. I'm just wow. Just amazed at, if there was no COVID, would they be parents at this time? Or would they be focusing more on their career? So I don't know. It's just like a very unsteady time right now, and I'm gonna miss those guys that miss seeing them. Like I missed them during the pandemic, which, like I said, it sucked during the pandemic, and it sucked when I was in the hospital, and and they were gearing up to come back, and the shout outs that I was getting from them during their their reunion concerts and the one they had put online and everything. And I mean, in all my recollection, I can't recall any stage doorman being shout out by any show ever.
It's because
Most of the time, there's only two of us on Broadway who are probably, for lack of a better term, well known. One is Davey Mack, who used to be my partner at the Broadhurst, who's now works the stage door where Beetlejuice was.
At the Winter Garden?
Yeah, he at the Winter Garden, yes. So and he's famous for his backstage photos. I mean, he even got he usually posts them on Facebook if you ever want to see like backstage photos of like your favorite artists and stuff, and he takes some pretty damn good photos. He's the son of a Broadway actor, and he did his own back in the day, his own modeling and playing in a band and all this kind of stuff, and unless you make it big and in your old age, you wind up working the stage door at these theaters, but we're probably the most famous two stage doormen that you're ever gonna come across, unless somebody saves a life or something in a theater or something, but like I said, I've never been shouted out so many times by this show publicly. Derek Clinton probably mentioned my name in like several interviews, already, and before they did the reunion concert, they sent me a clip backstage, and the whole cast was like, saying, "We love you, Ernie," and everything. So it's just, I have a special affection for this show, and it sucks that it's not going to go on.
Agreed.
I just so if you think that I don't know who was the one who proposed it. I don't know if it was Brian or whatever about the whole
The thank you video.
Well,
There was like 3 different people that proposed that.
Starting a Kickstarter to bring Jagged back to. It don't work that way.
No, it doesn't.
And I can't say if Arvind and even Vivek and the rest of the producers are gonna laugh at that, but it takes big money to put on a Broadway production.
Yeah.
Big money. And they're not gonna do a Kickstarter or allow a Kickstarter, in order to bring back Jagged. That's why in that chat I said that, just to let it go, and trust me, that's a hard thing for me to do. It sucks not going into work and seeing their faces and stuff, and vicariously living through them and learning about their future endeavors, what they plan to do and stuff like that. I'm the kind of guy, I take an interest in that, and that's probably why I get the love that I do from them, because I care.
Yeah.
But
you're a kind soul, Ernie. You're very, very humble, but you're a really awesome person. And of course they love you.
Yeah, okay, try telling that to my wife.
Yep.
I will. Where is she? Maribel. Maribel.
What happened?
But at least we'll put it to you this way. She has to put up with me because I put a ring on it. Okay. They don't have to put up with it.
I'm gonna hide the leg, okay? And then you guys say more.
You know, but you know, it's just the whole reflecting on at least on my time with Jagged. It's an awesome show. It was an awesome show.
Oh yeah.
It definitely moved me in in ways that I didn't think that it could. I think that I'm very like, you know, like, okay, yeah, this is another show, blah blah blah, and uh, just very topical. And these guys are very top notch. I mean, wow. I sat there, saw it with my wife, sat there, and I'm feeling like, you know, tears come down my face, you know, and I'm thinking to myself, like, oh shit, you know, I'm the you know, security stage door guy, and I'm here at the show freaking crying.
You and everyone else in attendance. That was like
Yep.
the one show that made me cry. I saw it with like one of my best friends, and she's like, "Are you?" I'm like, "Don't look at me." Yes, I am.
Oh my
And-
Like,
god.
for sure,
the crazy thing about it was,
like that. Just like,
the crazy thing about it was we were sitting close enough to the stage that they can see me. You know?
Yes.
You know?
Did they give you a hard time after, Ernie?
Oh, I told them, I said, listen, you know, you guys did me proud. And I felt like, you know, I said, those tears were like tears of, you know, pride. And,
Mhm.
and that you guys made me feel like I was a proud papa to all you guys. You know, and they understood.
Yeah.
You know, but you know, every now and then they used to, you know, we had you crying, you know. But yeah, you know, just one of the, you know, it's one of the shows that, you know, they were definitely true to their word. You know, with like some shows, you know, you feel. I mean, this show you'll feel or something like. I forgot how the
Some
tagline.
shows you see, this show you
Right,
feel.
feel right.
Yes.
That's
mm,
and that is so true. And I've heard many other people say it as well. And it was something that was very much unexpected.
Yeah.
You know, an unexpected experience to go through. You know, and like I said, I'm gonna miss the hell out of all of them. And because I've seen them go. I've seen Yana leave to before she was like the first person of the show to leave.
Mhm.
And usually I try to post like videos of stuff that happens backstage, like you know either opening night or you know or closing night or something like. But like I said, we didn't know that the 17th was going to be the last night, or I would definitely filmed it, you know, for everybody to see what was going on backstage. You know, we just didn't know, and that's the sucky part about what's going down on Broadway right now. And a lot of the actors who, and I'm not just talking about my show, of the other shows as well, are scared shitless of this COVID thing because they don't know if you haven't had COVID. Well, luckily for me, when I had COVID, it was a mild, I guess, form of COVID,
Mm.
but even the mild COVID before any vaccination happened, anything knocked me the fuck out.
Yeah.
To the point where I was scared to go outside. I was freaking out, like getting on a bus or a train. It robbed me of like
Agency.
Not only that, just being able to breathe correctly. I mean, as far as like even now, like luckily, and like I said, I love this show so much that I'm so fortunate that the same PT people who took care of the cast take care of me pro bono.
There you go.
You know, and if I don't even I make a good living working on Broadway.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be able to afford paying for the PT.
Yeah.
You know, that one gets on. They make a shitload of good money, and even then, they're giving most of those shows because some of them work several shows, not just one show.
Yeah.
So, you know, they even cutting them like a break on like they may get paid like, you know, $60 or so an hour or what have you. And they may work at the time before COVID, maybe like 2 hours, 3 hours.
Yeah.
With COVID, they reduced it to like maybe like an hour because and I think the for their safety, I mean they had to be, of course, masked up and everything. But no one wants to be in theaters. Definitely, if one person has a cold, everybody's getting a cold.
Yep.
That's just the way it works.
Yep.
You know, it don't matter what job you do, you're gonna wind up getting sick. Just in every backstage in every theater, they have Ricola, hand sanitizer, and a box of tissues, all scattered throughout backstage. Because I'm just thinking about when the first go around COVID hit, and I remember seeing Derek like, you know, with the sniffles, you know, beforehand, and then, you know, when it was finally announced that COVID's here in the States and everything, and then we came down with it. We had the usher who got sick first.
Yep.
Derek was sick second.
Oh shit.
And it was just I'm thinking to myself, okay, I see Derek every day, but it's not like he comes into my office or whatever. So I'm thinking I'm good.
Yeah.
But I was, you know, I didn't know. I mean, they don't wear masks on stage.
Yeah. And we didn't know. We didn't know
Right.
how it was transmitted,
Right.
how contagious it was. Like there was still so much unknown at that time.
Right.
Yeah. And this is like the time, you know, this is back when I was doing Guys and Dolls at the Venice Theater. This was like 2 years ago. I mean, we opened for February 21st, and originally we were supposed to close on March 22nd, but apparently that didn't happen. So basically, our last show day, and I shit you not, I absolutely shit you motherfucking not. Our last show was on the day of the Broadway shutdown, March 12th, just the day before Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
I mean, my first thought is like, did Jason Voorhees did this shit? I'm like, what the fuck is going on? But I should have seen like a few audience members while we were doing Guys and Dolls. It was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Shit just got real.
I mean, luckily through this show, I've been interviewed for a podcast, and I'm the subject of a documentary that'll be coming out.
So excited about that. So excited about that.
Wait. You in a documentary film now?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
What's the name of the documentary film?
tentative title is called Broadway Rising. It's
Broadway
about
Rising?
about people on Broadway who had to deal with the pandemic, and one of the producers, Eva, was the one who recommended that I be part of the documentary because they thought that my story was so intriguing,
Mm-hmm.
and how they're like, oh, Ernie, you're such a benefit to people with your story, and I'm not trying to be, I wasn't trying to be, like, I'm gonna go out there and be a role model for people who became an amputee, and I just was just trying to live my life, and deal with all of this, and and
But you're
luckily I had
inspiring.
kids.
You are inspiring.
Oh yeah.
Deal with it.
Then that was just a fortunate aspect of what happened, because trust me, my wife can probably tell you when I was in a deep depression,
Mm.
And especially going through COVID, and and then my mom getting sick from it and then dying from it, and then like all the friends that I've lost, some famous like Nick Cordero, some not,
Yeah.
And being in deep depression, and luckily having the love of friends and family to help pull me out of it.
Yeah.
And it didn't hurt that the doctor kind of put a lot of things in perspective, for me, which was, to be alive with one foot or to be dead in a casket with two. I wasn't ready to be in a casket yet, so there was no real reason to be moping around. Now, I'm not gonna lie to you and say there's not some days where it's like, challenging, and I'm reflective upon it. Last year, well, now last year I was home. I just got home from the hospital. So I was probably like in my second week home from the hospital. But, year and a half ago, I couldn't even begin to tell you that, I wasn't even thinking about, hey, I could get sick, and next thing you know, I'll be in a hospital, and, I lose my foot and lose my mom and all my friends and this, I wouldn't have been able to tell you that, because nobody thinks like that, And like I said, I wasn't trying to be inspiring. I was just trying to get through a very traumatic experience. If it seems inspiring, then there's nothing I can do about that. I didn't go out setting thinking I'm going to be an inspiration to everybody with my story. I wasn't thinking that at all. I was just.
But I feel like, Ernie, if you think about, the most inspiring people tend to be the people who are just kind of living their lives and going through trauma and just dealing with it the way that they can, because that's what everybody's having to do. And so when you're seeing someone going through it, but making it through it and finding their way through, then you're like, oh, I can do this too. And that's honestly like more accessible than somebody who's like going out there to be inspiring.
Right.
So I think that's probably where that comes from, and that's what Eva saw, and so that's why she recommended you, and I'm so excited about it.
Well, I'll definitely let you guys know when they're gonna wind up. I don't know if they sold it to Netflix or not. but I'll definitely make everybody aware when it's gonna come on.
Awesome. I'm gonna tell
I-
everybody about it.
Oh yeah.
Well, like I said, they came and like, you're gonna see a whole bunch of stuff like, me at rehab and, me driving to work my first day back, me meeting the cast for the first time, while they were still at the rehearsal studio and everything. So it's been a roller coaster type of year. Um, if I had my choice to do it all over again, I would not. I would not want to go through all of this again.
Yeah.
It was just a lot of deep heartbreaks and it was just very painful, emotionally. And the love I've gotten from the Broadway community was definitely overwhelming, and overwhelming to the point where I really felt I didn't deserve the stuff that I got, the attention that I got. I mean, some of Broadway's some of Broadway's finest um, contributed to the GoFundMe page they have for me, and some I've only seen like, like, hey, how you doing? Like David Diggs, he I think contributed like $500 to my GoFundMe, and
Oh,
he only met me like, like I said, like, you know, hey, how you doing? Well, and that was, so,
That's the effect you have on people, Ernie. It's just one meeting. That's all it takes.
well, like I said, I'm very fortunate, and like I said, I like what I do. It's it's not an easy job, but it's not a hard job either. It's a job, you know. But if you like what you do, it becomes less of a job. And not everybody can say that they hang out with like, A-list talent, you know. And you know, I can't I before this job I could never picture um me being able to speak to Audra McDonald and, ask her questions and
Yeah.
or have Audra give me when we went through when the Broadway we had the Broadway blackout,
Mm.
and we didn't want any of the performers to go out because the block, if you ever been on 44th Street during like when like every house has a show,
Mm.
the amount of people on the street, it becomes that street becomes like a pedestrian walkway where it's like just they shut the street off. There's no traffic that can go down it,
Yep.
and people in the street and everything, and that's what they were doing for a while. It became a pedestrian thing where they just closed off the street. So we had to wait for Audra's limo to come pick her up. So we're sitting. We had the emergency lights on, but we had no electricity,
Mm.
and we had the residual AC that was in the building because the AC units are now off. So so long as you kept the doors closed, it felt a little bit cool. But if you opened them up, and she went to her dressing room, got a bottle of wine, had a bunch of plastic cups.
Love it.
The McDonald was serving everybody drinks. And then she got the call that a limo was here, and she goes, puts the bottle down and goes, "You guys drink up. I'll see you later." And she went out and got in a limo and went home.
Icon.
So yeah. I'm like, wow, man. I had Audrey McDonald serve me drinks. Yeah. So,
That's amazing.
what was it, six-time Tony winner or 7-time Tony winner?
6, I think. I think it's 6.
Yeah, it's 6.
It'll be 7 soon, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And then after that, 9. After a couple years, it's gonna go up. It's gonna keep going up. She's gonna keep winning Tonys.
Yeah, she's very, very, very talented person. And it's just like, it's funny at the time. I was watching her on The Good Fight.
Oh yeah.
And I used to talk to her about like, her in that episode, and she goes, yeah, we had a good time filming that one. Luckily, I think they filmed The Good Fight in New York City, even though it's supposed to be Chicago.
Okay. Yeah.
In New York City, so.
So it's easier for her to do both.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Nice.
So it's just like, it's I can't complain about the job that I got working on Broadway. I mean, shit. I had a Tony Award winning person in my home.
Yeah, you did.
Having dinner with me and my wife and my dog.
You did.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you did.
Can't ask for anything better than that. So
she comes back.
Oh yeah, well yeah, we could have. What would be better if she comes back? And I told her, I said, next time bring Zoe. I think her girlfriend's name is Zoe. I think.
Yeah.
And I told her next time bring her, and we'll sit and shoot the shit. We just I was very protective of Lauren because
Sure.
she was definitely out of the cast. She was probably the most one I was connected to, and like I said, she's very empathetic. So like she'll sense something's wrong with you, and she's gonna make sure that you're all right. And I told her that even throughout the whole Joe controversy, and everything, I told her that especially like the night that they came to protest at the theater, which was which was a night because they tried to be as loud and disruptive as possible, but also they were very condescending and rude, which makes people unsympathetic to your cause, and if I'm coming to see a show and I don't have not one clue as to what the dynamics are about, like non-binary characters and this, that, and other trans character. I don't know anything about that. I'm just coming to Broadway to see a show.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
And I'm online waiting to go in, and I'm getting cursed out.
Oh.
By people, who I don't even know what the hell they're arguing for, complaining about. You know,
Yep.
what makes you think that I'm gonna want to know why you're upset now, or why you're protesting? And that was like my whole point about it. And I told Lauren to her face that I felt that she was being unjustly vilified by the trans community, and you know, it wasn't right. And that night I asked her, "Are you all right?" Because like, you know, her dressing room faces 44th Street. So she can definitely hear everything that goes on, you know. And she goes, "No, I'm all right, you know. I'm not really, you know, thinking about it, you know." And she goes, "I'm okay." I said, "Well, you know what? I'm not." I said, "I'm mad for you."
Yeah.
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 And I said, it's just not right. I mean, and if you really like, I know you Samuel said that you had met um Nora and everything.
Yeah.
And I had like I said, during her time at Jagged, you know, definitely friendly with her father, and her mom, who came to the show. You know, same thing with Iris too. You know, I'm still friendly with her father, with their father and mother, the Menaces. So, I mean, just because I'm friends with you, if you're wrong or I don't agree with your position, I shouldn't say if you're wrong. I'll say if I don't agree, doesn't make me anti-trans or anything. You know, it just makes me not agree with you on how you're handling it. And I don't think that Nora handled it properly. My opinion. I'm sure her opinion is definitely different than mine, but it just makes me question, you know, if things went down the way you say it went down, because everybody who was there knows, you know. So I'm not gonna go out and say, "Hey, you're lying." I'm gonna say that, yo, you ain't telling the whole truth. I'll say that, but I'm not gonna say that you're lying, you know. And the people that okay, I'll just put it to you this way.
Yeah.
Nora labeled what was going on with her physically when she said what she said. And my whole thing is, why would a company who you say forced you to come and forced you to work during those times give you time off for a mental health, whatever, if you're bipolar or what have you? And why would they get, I mean, it's much more serious if you can't stop bleeding down there, as opposed to you having a bad day. You know, they gave her, you know, time off for that, you know. And it just makes it hard to believe that they would be so forceful. And like, actors, you got to realize, I mean, Samuel probably knows, MG, you probably know as well, that actors to me are a dime a dozen.
Oh
They'll
yeah.
have somebody else replace you. If you can't do it, don't want to do it, become a problem child at doing it or whatever, they'll just find somebody to replace you.
Yeah.
And even if it's a temporary replacement because it's not the person that they really want or they're not that great of an actor or whatever, they'll have a temporary person come in
Mhm.
until and they'll still do a search for the person that they really want in the role. And then when they get that person, they'll go, okay, you're out, she's in, thank you very much. Or they'll say, hey, well, now you're the understudy to this person.
Mm.
I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen where actors had to train the person who's replacing them, and they're still like, they haven't even finished out their contract yet.
Wow.
That's happened like twice that I've seen.
Wow.
So I mean, for her to say what she said is unfortunate. Maybe she took it that way, but it really wasn't that way.
Mhm.
I can't say.
Yeah.
As far as Iris is concerned, I still got love for them. I don't care what anybody said. Like during that time, they treated me great. I like to think that I treated them great.
Mhm.
But like I said, I don't always agree. I got my own mind, and um, I'm a Black man who worked on Broadway. Okay.
Yeah.
Broadway wasn't originally intended for us to be there.
Yeah.
Okay. If you really study the history of Broadway, it wasn't intended. But now, it's 2022 now, and we, of course we wanted inclusion.
Mhm.
And we fought for inclusion. So I can't sit here and say to somebody who's trans that you don't deserve to be included too.
Yeah.
It's just, it's just not right.
I think for me, it's more about the approach to it. It's about the way that they're going about it that's hard, because I also, obviously I have a whole video about my feelings about this issue.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's about why can't we all be included? Why does it just have to be this one segment? Why can't it be everybody who's going through a gender journey on their own path in the gender journey be included in what this character is? Why does it have to be just this one thing? Why can't that gray area be an opportunity rather than something that's negative?
Right.
That's my feelings sometimes.
And what makes people think that a person who's not trans, who may be cis, can't understand the plight of someone who is trans?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, we're all human.
Yeah.
So, and going on a gender journey is a human condition. So if you're human, why can't you understand that? Who's to say? Okay.
Sorry, I just got my blue. Hold on. Sorry about that, y'all.
It's like, is that the box?
Sorry about that, man. Sorry about that, guys.
Why was that perfect timing? Why was that perfect timing too?
Blooper reel.
Yeah, sorry about that, man. Sorry about that.
It's all good.
I'm saving that clip. I'm saving it. I don't care. I'm saving it for the blooper reel.
I do want to say though, I think that what Ernie was saying about how Lauren is such an empathetic person, I think that's one of the things that makes it so hard for me to have seen what she was put through this year, because I know how deeply she's feeling about all of this and wanting to reach people that have felt validated by her version of Joe and speak to them. And that's why she did that accountability conversation that was so wonderful. But at the same time, she also wants to honor the trans and non-binary people who are feeling left out of the conversation and wants to engage with them about it. And it's so it's so frustrating as someone who like fully understands like I fully understand how she's coming to this and how she's trying to approach it with empathy, and I'm trying to approach it with empathy too, but it's hard when the people on the other side just want to yell at you and call you a transphobe and don't want to engage in the dialogue and feel like engaging in the dialogue is somehow invalidating them and their experience. Like they're like, even talking about this means that you don't trust that I know what I'm talking about. Like it's maddening.
Right.
It's maddening.
And for me personally, and I liked when she did that video with Shakina. So I feel like
yes.
I feel like that actually opened that dialogue.
Yeah, the accountability conversation. Yeah, that video was amazing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But I'll tell you this though, Haley. She kind of received flack about that too.
Yeah, I know.
It's like you want your 10 pounds of flesh, and oh, this is my daughter, by the way.
Nice.
Not gonna give me a kiss today. Okay.
Sweet Pea, do you have things to say about Lauren? Do you want to talk about Lauren with us?
Auntie Lauren.
Auntie Lauren?
Yeah, they have a whole chat amongst themselves with pictures.
Love
it. Nice.
Yeah. So it's just like, that whole issue, I mean, I'm glad it kind of, the fervor of it all died down.
Yeah.
But had it been going on, this would have been the end result. It would have the show would have closed.
Yeah.
And now the show that you wanted trans representation for, you have no representation because now there's no show.
Yeah.
And to pick on the one show that is trying to shine some sort of like light or so towards, or give some sort of like light towards the trans community is detrimental to the whole cause.
Yep.
And that's what I didn't understand. And like I said, trying to voice my opinion and just being told to shut the fuck up. You don't know anything. You're a cis male, blah, blah, blah. To me, like I said, you hear that enough times and it's like, you know what? Fuck your problem. It's your problem now. Like if I had any kind of notion of being like an ally towards you or to help you in your cause, fuck your cause, because you want me to shut up and play the background and just co-sign on everything that you say. And most thinking people have ideas too. It don't, just because I'm not, trans doesn't mean that I don't have ideas for the trans community that could be beneficial for them as well. That's why I try to liken it to the civil rights issue in this country. And it's like you have to win the hearts and minds of people in order to get them to see your plight. Do you think that if Martin Luther King told people that, okay, anytime you receive any kind of like problems with whites of that era, fight back, arm yourselves, this, that, and other thing, cause as much disruption and harm to them as possible, and then think that in the end that they're gonna say, oh, I feel so sorry for the African American community. It doesn't work that way.
No.
You have to win people's hearts and minds, and that's why Martin Luther King adopted like the whole Gandhi nonviolence thing, because he had to show how wicked that whole thing was. They had to be able to see it themselves. So you have people with walking with their children and getting attacked by dogs.
Yeah.
If you have any kind of like heart at all, you would say, well, wait a minute, all they're doing is walking and singing and marching or whatever like that, and those people got attacked by those dogs, or got clubbed by cops. It's like, and that's how I think the movement was able to progress, and in order for the trans communities movement to progress, they have to reach out and be willing to listen. Doesn't mean that you have to act upon every cis person's wishes, but you have to be willing to listen, and you can't ask for something that you're not willing to give yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You can't ask for inclusion if you're not going to be inclusive.
Yeah.
And that was my whole problem with it all. And unfortunately, Lauren bore the brunt of it on something that she shouldn't have. And the whole calling her a liar, and and she put out this press release, and she said this in the press, and then it disappeared, and they're trying to what's the word they use?
Gaslight.
Gaslight us, and this, that, and the other thing. No, you think that she has the power to change what was maybe on her own Instagram pages and Facebook pages, she can probably edit some of the stuff that she, like, whatever interview you can remove it, whatever photo you can remove, or whatever like that. But on like major publications and stuff like that, if she was ever interviewed, she ain't got that. I love Lauren to pieces, but she don't got that kind of juice where she can call up and say, hey, pull that article out of that newspaper, pull that out of Playbill. But she don't got that kind of juice.
Yeah.
Shoot, I don't even think Audra McDonald has that kind of juice. Hugh Jackman don't have that kind of juice. Okay? And why would they even why would any publication concede that to them? Because if that was the case, they can say, okay, well, hey, yeah, you want us to remove it? Okay, I'll put out an ad that says Audra McDonald wants me to remove, this thing that she had said about so and so. Like, what's her face from Charlotte McMartin, St. Martin, from who were talking about the whole understudies thing.
Yep. Yep.
She needs to shut the fuck up.
I was like, I don't even know if we should even go into that because I'm just gonna get mad.
She needs to just shut the fuck up.
True,
and just leave that alone.
Yeah, just stop.
If you're gonna get out there and tell everybody that you're not basically not a theater person, like I heard she makes $500,000.
Oh, I don't want to.
Yeah, and the fuck? You're gonna tell these creative people that basically that understudies basically suck. That's why you got a sucky show. Like, shut up. Like, all I know is from what I've seen, they're one of the hardest working people
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
There's one guy who's I call him the hardest working man on Broadway. His name is Tony LaPage. I think he's in Come From Away.
Okay.
And
Oh yeah.
he used to be in Rock of Ages is where I met him. In Rock of Ages, he knew every male role in the show
Wow.
and played every male role. From lead to, I think he played Drew to Dennis to, I mean, he played every male role. And I'm like, how do you remember, like, you know, everybody's dialogue?
Everybody's dancing.
Right?
That's another level. That's another level of talent that I cannot even imagine.
So, I mean, same thing with, like, you know, I've seen Annalise do Heather's part and also seen Heather. And I was just amazed at both of them.
Yeah. Yeah. I got to see the second show I went to, Annalise was doing Heather's track, and it was so cool to get to see her do that. She was great.
You know, so it's like, don't tell me that you're going to get a subpar show from an understudy, because they work just as hard and have to know probably more roles than just the lead actor in there. Like, do you think Derek has to know Antonio? No, he's not. Adi's role and the role of Phoenix, and also have to know the role of what's his name, Montefiore.
Andrew.
Right.
Andrew.
Like, no, he doesn't. All he has to know is his one role, and that's it. But understudies have to know multiple.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes you have an understudy for like multiple different, like I said, Tony had to know 5 different freaking roles. It's like, oh, who are you going on as today?
Yeah.
It's like, you're gonna run into, are you gonna run into the suit? I mean, into the telephone booth and change into your cape and tights? Because I mean, like, you're like Superman on Broadway, man.
Yeah, and that's like the time when I did the Mystery of Edward Drood. I was actually, and even though I'd done understudy roles before, but this is the first time I had to done understudy roles for 2 roles actually. First was Bazard, and the other one is Doodles. And I remember, I think it was back in September, like when January, yeah, 4 months ago. So 4 months ago, when my friend Eka Sanchez, who played John Jasper, he got COVID, and we were rehearsing there, and basically, and I remember Jonah telling me like, hey, do you know my parts though for Doodles? And I said, yeah, absolutely. And when I done over my scene there, I remember the blocking, remember the lines, of course. So I'm always on point and ready to go. And because not only I had to learn Doodle's confession song in that, but I had to learn, you know, Bazard's song, Never the Luck. And but I, you know, I'm always on point, ready to go. Just in case it was like, okay, looking short, everybody's here. If they're not, I can go on. Cause that's I always want to know. I always want to know ahead of time if I'm gonna go on.
But
stuff
you
like
say
that.
you say that the amazing thing about understudies is sometimes you may come into work and go, oh, by the way, so and so is out, you're on.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you're thinking, oh, okay, I wasn't in that mental headspace to play that role today, but I guess I'm gonna have to get into it.
You just gotta switch. You just gotta switch modes.
I've seen shows where somebody got sick during the show, and you had somebody else take over the role. You know.
Whoa.
Yeah. So I mean, I get my hat's definitely off to understudies, and that was a totally rude thing for Charlotte to say, and she should have known as it was flowing out of her mouth, like, what the hell am I saying?
Yeah.
But you know, maybe she's right. She's not a theater person. But she's working in theater, and she's making $500,000 to do it. To represent the very people that she's talking bad about. It's
Yep.
just not good business.
It's really not.
Yeah.
It's really not.
How are you gonna represent me, but you're talking, you're talking greasy about me, it's
Yeah.
like, or what I do, so.
Yeah, I feel like we need to have a undercover boss episode where Charlotte St. Martin has to be a swing for a day, just to see what it's like.
Well, who's
Yeah.
to say she could even act?
I know, I don't know.
So it's like, listen, the one thing I've noticed about actors is that you have to be believable in your role. Like I can listen to Sean do, that role
Hmm.
daily. I have listened to him do it daily.
Yeah.
Each time he makes me believe that he's Steve Healy.
100%. Yeah.
Mhm.
Each time there's not a day that I go, he's phoning it in today. Every day is a believable day that he's Steve Healy.
Mhm.
When he sings "What's the Matter, Mary Jane," I'm like, oh man, yeah. It's like, so not everybody can act, and in order to be an understudy and to go into that role,
Hmm.
and then to do another role, like you may play 3 or 4. If there's 8 shows in a week, it's a possibility that you could probably be like, playing 8 different parts.
Yeah.
Each every other day.
Yeah.
So it's like, listen, like I get my hats always off to them, and
Indeed.
one of the traditions, which funny that John Cardoza had mentioned, because to be honest with you, I forgot all about it. And he had posted a clip of he went on, and I had made an announcement that it was his Broadway debut,
Yes.
and I didn't think that he really thought anything of it. Personally, it's like I want everybody to get their shine, their moment in the sun.
Yes.
And especially if you're an ensemble actor and you're in like the lead, and it's the first time you're doing the lead.
Yeah.
I want the fans to know that this guy who just wowed you, it's his first time in this role. It's his Broadway debut in his lead role. Give it up.
Yes.
And that's what I did for him. And for him to keep a clip of that and repost it, I just, and then of course to give me the shout out. But I mean, I don't do it because I want the shout out. I do it because I love the show, I love the person, and I want them to receive the same amount of love that they would get if, Derek or whoever is doing the lead role in whatever part they play, whether it's I don't have to give Heidi a shout out because she's known on Broadway. But if you're an ensemble cast member, I've seen them walk out and people don't even realize that they're part of the show.
Yep.
Like Heather does that incredible dance part. It's moving.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
At the end of the night, there's no mistaking Heather. Tall, thin, blonde.
Oh yeah.
Probably the tallest person blonde in the cast.
Yeah.
Probably. Okay. And easily recognizable if you watch the show. Like, oh shit, that's the girl who did that dance.
Invited. Yeah.
And sometimes people give her recognition, but most times they don't.
Yeah.
You know, and sometimes I've seen people, you know, cheer for the doggone hairdresser,
Mm.
and he ain't even in the show.
Hmm.
You never see him.
Yeah.
And it's like, yay! I'm like, yeah, you just cheered for the hairdresser. Oh.
Hey, the hair is good, okay? The hair is good in that
The hair is
show.
fantastic.
It is though.
So I mean, I think I think about like how Laurel. Matter of fact, that's another person who was in the show who
Mhm.
never got a chance to come back.
Yep.
Because she had a baby.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, and she was scheduled to come back. I think in January.
Wow.
Damn.
So she never. Her last day was March 12th, 2020.
Shit. The same day of my unexpected last performance of Guys and Dolls. Deja vu.
You know, so I mean, it happens. It sucks. You know, so just to tie this all in a neat bow. You know, if there's a show you want to see, I tell you this: if I return to Broadway to my job, any show that I want to see, I'm gonna go see on my day off
Yeah.
and check it out because there's just too many shows that were you know awesome shows that unless they were recorded for posterity or whatever reasons
Yep.
and they get you know posted on Disney Plus or something like that, you know, I'll never see it. And I'm just, like I said, I'm kicking myself that I didn't get a chance to see Hamilton when it was, you know, I mean, Hamilton is still, well, I think they might be still shut down.
No,
That's actually the back, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. You know,
excellent.
but if I wish I was able to see the original cast of Hamilton. It wasn't like I wasn't working on Broadway when Hamilton came out. You
Yeah.
know, I was, but I'm like, oh, Hamilton. You know, I'll see it when I see it. You know,
Mhm.
you
Right.
know,
Yeah.
It's a
and
small show. It's not going to be around too long.
yeah, you know,
Yeah.
and
And I actually met Manny Gonzalez, who's currently in Hamilton as of right now. Yeah. Even though she was the original Nina in the Heights, same thing with Chris Jackson, of course, because my mom saw it in the Heights back in the spring of 2010 with Lin-Manuel Miranda, Manny Gonzalez, Chris Jackson. Me, on the other hand, I saw it at the Van Waysville back in 2011, and I think it was Joseph Morales that played Usnavi, but it was somebody else actually that played Usnavi.
Yeah.
But above all,
Mm.
I mean, see what you can. I mean, Hamilton is like the tickets are not that cheap because yeah.
you know, so
But-
it's like you know, and the thing is, you know, for me, being that I work on Broadway, I can probably see, you know, well, anything that's in the Schubert House, I could probably see for free.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Anything that's in like another theater company's house, like the Jamisons or something like that,
Yeah.
or the Nederlanders, I can probably see at a discount. So I mean, there's nothing beats live. What's wrong, honey?
No, stop and stop.
Oh, nothing beats like live entertainment.
Yeah.
One of the things that this pandemic has taught me is to appreciate live entertainment because I mean, even like going to see like Lauren's show,
Mhm.
you know,
Yes.
signed CD.
They signed in my store. So I got
Very
this
cool.
one, Jagged, and I got and it's nothing against Anastasia. But that was, they did this, their big signing was at my
Mhm.
store.
That's so cool,
I'll
man.
send you the
Nice.
pictures, guys.
Yes, please send. Yes, that's amazing.
So, and she's seen. I mean, I think saw Hamilton twice.
Once.
Yeah. Okay.
Once. But look, Karen got the tickets.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway.
You know, she lucky she married somebody who worked on Broadway.
You lucky you married.
Yes, I am lucky. I'll say that.
Yeah, you know it, Ernie.
But it ain't like you ain't lucky too. I mean, you wasn't going to see no Audrey McDonald in person.
Oh, no, that's something I never thought I would see.
Okay, so you know, you wasn't about to have you. Lauren Pat wasn't to come to have dinner on the strength of you.
You lost a foot. Okay.
I say, well, I had to lose this foot in order for Lauren Patton to come over here.
Oh.
So,
Yeah, live theater is great.
Oh shit.
yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
The fact that like all that went on and then you empty was like, yeah, the theater's great. Just like randomly.
I'm trying to get us back on. I'm trying to get us back on what Ernie was talking about.
Yeah.
I'm just like that. Yeah, the theater's great.
Yeah, it's just like, you know, you gotta. I mean, I've always had an appreciation for live theater, and like I said, I never was a theater dude until I started working in theater, and then to see how hard they work at their craft, you know, and that goes for like, you know, the musicians as well.
Oh
you know,
yeah,
like, you know,
especially in Jagged.
oh yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Damien is one of the coolest dudes. I mean, they're all. I don't want to just single out Damien because Eric is cool. You know, Mary Jo is cool. You know, Tia is cool. I mean, the whole musical group has been very. It was a pleasure working for them and listening to them play.
Yeah.
And sometimes, if listen to the show as many times as I have, I can tell, like, wait a minute, they got a sub guitarist on today, because I can hear like one guitarist may play, like they get a little chance to, like, ad lib, especially during at the end of the show when they're playing like the outro, the medley kind of thing, and I'm like, wait a minute, I never heard that riff before. It's just one of the many things you get you're able to do when you work a show as often as we do. Like, people ask, do you ever get tired of listening to? And no, the answer is no.
Yeah.
I've listened to. I never forget when I got hired for the Jerry Seinfeld show that I was telling you about earlier.
Yeah.
I actually got hired for Rock of Ages. They wanted just that I started earlier than the show. Got there, so I was able to work the closing of Long Story Short and be there for the opening and the loading and everything for Rock of Ages. And one of the first things the house manager asked me was, they're like, Ernie, this is a rock and roll type of show, and they're gonna play a lot of like 80s type of music, do you know anything about it? And I'm thinking, chick, do you know I was there when MTV started?
Yep.
Like, I'm like, this is the 80s is like my era. It's like, how can you not know, White Snake or Journey or what have you.
Foreigner.
That's
Yeah.
like the soundtrack to like my life. So it's like I'm like looking at her like I don't know if she thought, well, maybe like, you know, this is not like an R&B type of show, you know, and maybe she was thinking like because I'm black, I wouldn't know. And I'm like, man,
Yeah.
you don't know me. And like one of the many joys I had was Joel Hoekstra, who was in the house band for Rock of Ages, played in White Snake, you know, played in Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
Whoa.
You know, yeah.
I love TSO.
To come in, and like he heard me. I'm at the stage door, and like I'm sure every show that ever worked, you know, with me will tell you that, you know, I'm a big music head. They'll come in and I have like the soundtrack of something playing at the stage door.
Mhm.
So he comes in, and Joel is very rocking with the long hair. There's no mistaking that. If you saw him on the street, the way he dresses, you would say this guy got to be a rock star. Who the hell?
Yeah.
You know. So he comes in, and I'm listening to Dio, heavy metal.
Oh yeah.
So he walks past the door. Then it must hit him like, wait a minute, he's listening to Dio. So he backs back up. He goes, "You listen to Dio?" So I go, "Yeah, I'm a fan of Ronnie James Dio."
Like, holy
He goes,
cow!
"Yeah, there you go, right?" You know. So he goes, "Holy shit!" So he starts naming off all these songs. I'm like, "Yeah, that's, you know, cool song. I like that. You know, this, that, and other thing." So I like, you know, I really like Rainbow in the Dark. You know. So he's like, holy shit. So what he does is Joel used to come in there early and used to warm up. So he comes in, he grabs his guitar and he starts playing and like he already has like his amp and everything set up for the show. So it's like booming through the house and he's just like rocking out and like he would just do like mini concerts just for me.
That's amazing.
Oh
So,
yeah.
I mean, I've met Neil Sean from Journey. I've met
You know, it's funny you said
Dee Snider.
from
I've
Twisted
met,
Sister.
yeah.
Yes.
I've met from REO Speedway, Kevin Cronin from REO Speedwagon. You know, I met all these like mostly these 80s performers and like and the music that you hear from Rock of Ages, I've met them.
Oh
Wow.
yeah. Yeah.
Like it's the one benefit of working in theater. Like I hear Pat Benatar is gonna have a Broadway show.
Oh yeah, I know.
Heard something about that, yeah.
Yeah, I would love. I wish if Jagged is moving out, the music gods, please. I'll come back to work. Have her come in. Her and her hubby come in for what you call. I mean, they've already did. Not her. When. Oh God, Donna Summer. When they had Summer, they already had her husband came in because he's a the husband there's a character in the show that plays like so he was overseeing the show. My brother worked that show, you know. So he was telling me about how they come there and they would rock out. Same thing with Get on Your Feet with Gloria Estefan, you know. So which is another show that I wish I kind of saw. You know, when I had the chance. Like I said, you know how a Broadway show is. Either it's a success and it'll be around a while, or it's not and it'll close early, or there's a pandemic that shuts it down. You know.
Yeah, the sad thing that we have to add that third option to all of the
Yeah, I know.
possibilities.
Yeah.
I would love for it to go back to pre-COVID days when we didn't have to worry about, wearing masks and everything. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, this was probably our new normal. I think what COVID's going to wind up happening is it'll probably get weaker, but it'll still be like catching like a real bad flu.
Yeah.
But I mean, for right now, this is our new normal. So, shows are either going to survive and thrive or die.
They're gonna have to adapt, or it's really survival of the fittest. It's very much a Darwin kind of thing,
Oh yeah.
And how long their money goes, like because like I said, no, the producers, they may love theater because it makes them money and they may be into it, but they're money people, and they're beholden to whatever other people are part of, like I don't know if it's shareholders or whatever. Um, they're beholden to them to either get a return on their investment, or to limit the amount of financial suffering they have to go through. And I'm sure when they thought that when we came back that we would have a nice little run and that Lauren and some of the cast members would fulfill their option, their time option in the show. And we would have had like another revolving cast group of, but just wasn't meant to be, and that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
So,
especially with everything that they've been through this year to get this show to come back, and all of the uncertainty around whether or not the show is going to come back because of all the controversy, and for this to be why it then doesn't go on is
another.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Haley.
Oh, it's fine. And another thing that really sucks is like you said that with the whole controversy that happened, like right when the show came back, for that to be the last thing that Lauren was a part of in that way, it sucks. It sucks.
Yeah.
It's like not only did COVID rob us of our time, it's like that protest. Also, you had people who was like, and it used to always amaze me, like, oh, this is like my 12th time seeing the show. And I'm thinking, shit, I make a good living, but I couldn't afford to go see a Broadway show 12 times. The same one, but somehow, I mean, or coming into work, early, like Sundays was like my early day that I had to come in because we only had one show. And I'd get there early in the morning and it'd be like maybe 8:30 or so. And already seeing a line for rush tickets, knowing that the box office doesn't open till noon. So they're going to be online for like 4 hours waiting to get tickets to see it. Like, I'm like, there ain't a show around that I would wait 4 hours in the cold to go see. And you had people come out and, with blankets and shit and sit on the ground and, drinking their coffee and waiting for the box office to open. That just, I'm not that guy. I find another way to get in and, to see a show. But like I said, if I'm fortunate enough to get a little bit more healthier to come back, I'm definitely going to see a lot more shows. I don't care if they suck or not. just to see live entertainment, because for the shows that I did see, I know that I had a good time, and if I can get an extra ticket or so to see it with my wife, we usually do. You know, might as well, if I got a benefit, might as well, put it to good use. So.
Oh yeah.
Snoring?
Yeah, Sleepy snoring.
My dog is over there snoring. She acts like she has a job.
She's cute.
Well,
That is a job. That's hard to keep up.
She may be cute, but she ain't bringing in no supermodel money.
She could. She could.
Yeah. But for you guys, I'm gonna wrap it up. Once again, it's a pleasure to talk with all of you. You got this thing recorded, right?
Yeah, we got it all recorded.
Yes,
man.
I did my job and I actually made sure that it was recorded this time.
Ernie, I'm going to speak for all of us and say the pleasure is ours.
Yes.
Wow.
To you.
I second
Oh
that.
yeah.
A wealth of information and stories, and you have such a big heart and you care so much about this show and the people attached to it, and I love how much love there is within the Jagged family. It just makes me so happy. It makes things like this that are so sad easier to take. It's an easier pill to swallow when you know that everybody involved just loves each other and is leaning on each other in these tough times. So thank you for sharing with us as well.
Not a problem. It's swimming in your stomach.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you for catching my reference.
Ernie, I haven't been on camera this whole time, but I have been listening the entire time while doing some things around the house. And I just want to say it warms my heart to know that you care and love the show so much. And it just, I mean, MG said it perfectly. We're just so thankful. And I think some of you guys were on the little thing that Morgan and Audie did a few weeks ago, where they talked to a few fans. My 21st birthday is coming up, and all I wanted to do was fly to New York. I live in LA, and go and see Jagged Little Pill, and so it was really devastating for me to hear that they were closing. And my mom was planning a surprise trip to take me and see it. So I mean, if it was safe to fly, we would, I would go and be there for the reunion that they're doing at but it's not safe.
Is it Tia or Taya?
Taya.
I would say to you, Taya, that unfortunately, you missed one hell of a show.
I did see it before the pandemic. I did.
Okay,
yeah,
great.
I did see it once before the pandemic. Yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted to see it again.
Well, I mean,
because it was that good.
You're absolutely right. I mean, just think, if that's how you felt and you saw it one time. Imagine coming to work every day with these people.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing how wonderful these cast members are. They're, it's always been, you'll never get a DM from them. They'll never answer a message if you send them a message. But I messaged Morgan, I messaged Audie, and they both answered, and it was just, it made my day.
Right.
And it's incredible to know that these people are to do 6 shows a week. I mean, I get tired after working backstage at 2 and helping out. Like I was helping out at the Nutcracker, a local theater with a bunch of young kids, and I was exhausted. So,
Yeah, it's one of the funny things about that is, like, sometimes fans who go to see the matinee would ask me, are they coming out? And I'm like, listen, they got to do 2 shows today. One, they just sung and danced for you for 2.5 hours. I said the next show isn't until maybe 3.5 hours from now or so.
Let them nap.
So what they're gonna do is either they're gonna get something quick to eat, either stay in their dressing room, order something to be delivered, or they're gonna run out and run back in to eat and take a nap.
Yep.
Right.
So if they come out, great. I can't promise you, that so and so is gonna come out, but I would tell just a hint. If you want to see the actors in a Broadway show, then it's better to see either if it's a matinee show and it's the only show, then see that, or to see the night show, because for most part they stay indoors, especially during the wintertime. Summertime, everybody likes to go out, so you may see them roaming around, Times Square, getting something to eat or what have you. That's if you can recognize them, because we already discussed how, they don't, they can walk around the street and people won't know who they are until they see them walking out of the theater. Then it's like, oh, you're so-and-so from the show,
Right next to the poster. Right next to the poster.
So I would always recommend, to see an evening performance if you want to see them when they leave. It's also, I would say that it's sad that, during COVID, if this show wasn't, okay, if you saw this show in December of 2019, before COVID hit, and when they came out to the stage door, they would talk to you, take pictures with you, everything. But after COVID, they shut all that down. So now it's like you'll see them come out, they'll acknowledge you, but they won't stop to talk unless you're a personal friend of theirs. For the most part, it's like they'll say thank you for coming with their mask on, and they'll wave and keep walking. Which is another thing that COVID robbed people of, because of this pandemic. It's like, because I can tell you, the list of my stories I can probably go on well into the evening telling you stories about what happens on Broadway.
And we will be here for it, Ernie.
Oh yeah, hands down.
And stuff that happens at the stage door. I've had people, which nobody ever really thought of before the pandemic, could be like, that's you.
Oh no.
Oh God.
A hug, and everything like that.
What the fuck?
How immature is that?
I'm telling you, I've seen it happen. I've seen people who would ask for a hug and then try to grab the star's ass as they hug them.
Yeah. Hold on.
Me Too already? Didn't Me Too happen?
Yeah, the Me Too did happen though.
I mean, it happened, but
didn't compute with a lot of people.
Yeah. So like I said, I could tell you stories.
Where's the consent here? Where's the consent?
So and that's why, if on a show, if it's been a while since you seen one of your favorite actors come out, is because they have to step away from the stage door for a while, because it becomes problematic, for them, and then in that aspect, I feel for them, because they don't want to alienate their fans, but sometimes fans are crazy.
Mhm.
And I'm talking about batshit crazy. I've had fans tell the stars that, you saved my life. I was going to commit suicide and all kinds of stuff, and if an actor does not want to be worried about you as the fan, they want to come out and say, thank you very much for seeing my show, seeing the show, I appreciate it, blah, blah, blah. Oh, we love your sing. Oh, thank you very much. They may want to tell you like a little story, a little anecdote of what happened or whatever. And then they want to be able to go, okay, thank you very much, and go home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't want to be followed home. They don't want to be followed into the train station or whatever, because not everybody, not every actor is famous enough to get like a car waiting for them. Usually the rule is, if your name is on the marquee, you have a car waiting for you.
Yeah.
Which is why you'll see somebody like a Bernadette Peters or
Audra McDonald.
Audra McDonald. She had her own car and driver. You see those types always have a driver. They probably have it written into their contract, that they're supposed to have a driver. So shoot, when we had Anastasia and we had Cody Simpson in the lead role, he was living, I want to say, like 3 blocks away from the theater, but still had a limo come pick him up every doggone show.
Wow. I didn't know Cody Simpson was in Anastasia. That's news to me.
He was in the final Broadway run of Anastasia as Dimitri. And at that time, the protest or the scuttlebutt was because Derek originated the role on Broadway.
Yeah.
And then we had his understudy, who was why do I see your face? And I'm forgetting your name. I have an etch-a-sketch memory. Like after a while from the show, it's like, and then I forget.
Yep.
I may remember your face, but I forget your name.
So good.
But he took over for the role, and then which they kind of did him dirty, and they had brought in Constantine was played a different part. Constantine took over for it was Ramin Karimloo, who was Gleb, and then we had oh my God, his father was the fire commissioner, Van Essen, Max Van Essen, who took over for him. And then when Max left, we had Constantine, who was already in the show as Count Ippolitov, take over for the Gleb role. And Constantine, he could sing his ass off. I used to, sing in the staircase above me because it had like good acoustics. So I would be singing with him. I'll be warbling out the tunes with him, and I said, "I don't sound like you, bro, but you can sing."
And I actually met Constantine Morales back in, I want to say 2012 or 2013, when I went to see Jekyll and Hyde at the Strand Center, and this was like the national tour before they moved it to Broadway there. And the last time we saw each other was actually he was doing the Instagram live, and this was during the pandemic, and of course we united actually through Instagram. Actually, we chatted, of course, and we talked about Jekyll and Hyde because that was the show that Van Stater was gonna do for the summer stock at the time. But that didn't happen because of the pandemic.
Yep.
But you know, I'm in general, I am very lucky to met so many folks in my lifetime. So, and of all the folks I met from going seeing shows at the band Wazel, which of course, that's why I shared the stage with Idina Menzel 5 years ago.
Wow.
And it was like days before my birthday, which basically I didn't know that we share the same birthday, May 30th, but
Wow.
decades apart. And but I shared a stage with her and I was doing a song Let It Go from Frozen. And this was back in 2017. So yeah, I was
I like how you're explaining what Let It Go is like we don't know the song. You know, from Frozen, that song, Let It Go.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many versions of Let It Go, like Let It Go from the full Monty.
Especially since you're talking about Idina Menzel, like I would definitely jump to Frozen probably.
See, and the thing is, the funny thing about that is like Frozen was across the street from Anastasia. So we used to have the battle of the princesses on the block.
Oh my god.
And Christy was known to be out there. Like if there was like 500 people, she would sign autographs and talk to 500 people.
Oh yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So what I used to do is kind of like, you know, I would say, okay, everybody, you know, who's the number one princess on the block? You know, they were like, Anastasia. The crowd would cheer Anastasia.
Yeah.
So the doorman across the street used to try to pump up his crowd.
Yes.
with the Frozen crowd.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I'm like, we used to have people run across the street when Christy came out, run across the street with their Frozen playbills to try to have her sign Frozen playbills. You know, and I'm like, you can go back across the street with your busted princess over there. You know, but I had a good time with Anastasia. You know, Christy really to me it was unprecedented that somebody who took the show from off Broadway when it's like, you know, trying out at, I guess, like places like at the Art.
Yeah.
To stay with the show for its entire run.
Mm-hmm.
The same actress. We had turnover for all the other parts except for John Bolton's part, because I think he just wanted to stay. I think he just liked the money and being like, you know, local because he has a house upstate, you know, but all the other roles they had turnover for, and like Derek was like the first Dimitri for Broadway, you know, so that's how like me and Derek became cool, and and like I guess me and his mama became cool because she used to come to the shows all the time. You know, that like Derek's brother, and like, you know, met his wife Felicia when she was just his girlfriend at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's been a good run, and it's great when you know, and Derek will be, he said so in interviews, like he would, you know, talk about his time at Anastasia and how he came back to the Broadhurst with Jagged, and like it's good to see familiar faces like mine and everything, you know. So it's just been an honor to work some of these great shows and work with some of these great actors and actresses and stagehands and you know, theater management, house management, stage management. It's been, you know, a pleasure being able to work in that capacity with them. And I was able to make a little bit of money on my own, selling my merch and stuff, you know. So, and I'm so grateful to the productions who allowed me to do it, because if they really want to play hardball, they can say, well, hey, that's like, copyright infringement or what have you, even though I usually check to see if they have any kind of like copyright on a certain type of thing, But I mean, they can make it, if they really wanted to hassle me about it, they could. But like I said, I'm just lucky that they have love for me the same amount as I have for them. And especially with the shows I really care for, I get inspired to do like merch for them, and it's and actually it's basically for the fans. I mean, I could have done it and just like outfitted the cast and crew with stuff, and but it's basically for the fans. I mean, I had one day before Davey left to go work at the Winter Garden, and me and him were still working Anastasia. We had a day where it was like everybody, all we used to call them Fanastasians, and because every show has like kind of like a little nickname for the fandom.
Mm-hmm.
So we had all the Fanastasians come down wearing the stuff that I had sold. And we took like a group picture. So you have people wearing hats, jackets, the tote bag that I made, all kinds of stuff. Had this show made it through the pandemic, I probably would have done the same as well. The only thing that I've done really was like the hats and the shirt, because we were interrupted so many doggone times, with everything, so we didn't really get a chance to really fulfill all that we wanted. And I just feel horrible for like, everybody, so like I said, you got like, Ren and Morgan and Renako and Audie and all these other performers who like, their first time on Broadway. Some of them either just graduated, or are still basically in school, and on the roll, and then on break from school or whatever. And now it's like they're gonna have to go back to either hustling into, trying to find another gig, and it's hard. It's hard.
And even finding another Broadway gig is uncertain right now because of everything else going on Broadway. So it's not like, oh, they'll just go to another show. It's like, who knows how long shows will be going.
Right. You can go to another show and that show can close down.
Yep.
Yep. So it's like, if they can close down, I think they shut down the Christmas spectacular.
Yep.
Yeah.
So and that is like I said, they were expecting so much like Christmas money, because like it would be the first holiday after the pandemic that we came back, and then this variant hits and it messes everything up.
Yeah.
And it's just everything is just in the air, uncertain, so such as Broadway. I just hope that Broadway is able to survive this second onslaught of because it was starting to worry me when the cast members started getting sick. And then we had being that our theater was kind of very stringent and we were still getting cases. I was like, okay, it's just a matter of time. Everybody's going to wind up shutting down, at one point or another. And it just happened to be our time. And when we started losing, like, I think like 4 or 5 cast members due to, COVID, and then a musician, and then a house staff member, I'm thinking, oh shit, here we go. And one, I didn't want to wind up working several different houses again, because
Yeah.
if everybody's going through this, then there's like COVID in like every house.
Yep.
Mhm.
So it's like, it's like playing Russian roulette. Okay, you didn't get shot at your own house, but who wants to go to another house and get shot with COVID? Like,
Yep.
bang, now you got it. So that's another reason why I'm kind of like antsy while I'm still kind of like recovering. That I'm unsure about going back.
Yeah.
Excuse me. So
And I think that's completely understandable.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
feel like anybody returning to work right now, if they've been off, or people who are going from virtual back to in person, anybody who's
Right.
doing that is facing that decision about like, is it worth the risk?
Right.
So
And if you have, what's her name from, I think, Waitress, who didn't want to go on because of um COVID, or afraid of like COVID. She was talking when they had the jagged little pill. Excuse me. When they had the people, I think Lauren, uh, Elizabeth, and Catherine was supposed to speak on the that Broadway.
Yeah, on the Seth Rudetsky thing.
Right.
Yeah.
You talk about stars in the house.
Right. Yes, that's it.
Yeah, I was actually on that show for the 1 year anniversary special they did back in March of 2021. It's still up on YouTube right now.
Cool.
But I was lucky enough to be a part of that show.
Yeah, and unfortunately, like Catherine was the only person who was able to speak from the show.
Because that was the night. That was the night that they
That was
announced
the
it.
night.
Just like within minutes before they went on, I was just like, I have no idea what this is going to be like to see these jagged people on here. And then they changed the graphic, and it wasn't the jagged people on the graphic anymore. And I think
they got told that they didn't want them discussing it on the on the podcast. So that's why I say, when it comes to go back to the Lauren thing.
Yeah.
Now, if they can tell Lauren that we really don't want you speaking about, us shutting down, blah blah blah. What makes you think that they didn't tell her back then about, well, this is how we see the character of Joe, and we want you to talk it up about this? She's an employee. She works for that RCI, whatever, the theatricals or whatever. Okay. So she, as an good employee, she's going to do what they asked her to do. Which is what I believe she did.
Mm-hmm.
And if the message was confusing about the whole trans thing, then that wasn't her fault. She didn't write the character of Joe. She didn't write the book. She didn't direct the show. All she did was star in it, and had an input as to how she think the character should be. And if they thought, okay, yeah, we kind of like that, go with that, she was able to go with it. And if they said, no, we don't want you to do that, guess what? She wasn't going to do it. I don't know why people thought that, they have like the actor can tell the company what they're going to do. Listen, I worked Anastasia, and Ramin changed the script as to how he was going to act in the role without asking permission of the company. Just changed it on his own.
Okay.
And he was able to leave before his time was due. he wanted out, and they let him out. So,
Yep.
I mean, and I remember hearing the company manager saying they were so pleased when he left, and they were saying no more of that Ramin shit.
Mm.
So
Wow.
Ernie, do you know the app, or do any of you guys know the app Cameo?
Cameo, yes.
heard
Yes.
about it. Is that when the stars are able to like talk to the fans for like a fee or something like that?
Yeah, like
Yeah, they do personalized videos.
Yeah.
And I know Lauren has one, but hers is like not available right now because like she took a break from doing them. But I think that would be, especially for the people who did their Broadway debut or was one of their first shows, like that's a great way to make, you know, couple $100.
yeah.
Well,
Well, I know I know Broadway Plus has Lauren Patton. I know that, but because if you're doing a one-on-one, that's like I'm gonna guess like 100 something bucks for that.
it's
That's
whatever the actor sets for if Lauren thinks that talking to her is worth $500, that's what she's gonna offer.
Yeah.
And I bet you somebody will pay it.
Yeah,
I pay it. I don't care. I pay it.
Well, at least you're honest about it. But you know, so usually because I've seen well-known actors charge like $75, $80. I'm like, wow,
Yeah.
that little.
Yeah.
So it's like I think that
I mean, hers
yeah, I'm sorry.
right now it said it's like $46.99.
For Lauren, is that for Lauren? Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, is that for Lauren? $46.99.
Yeah.
I wonder what she's gonna do with that 99 cents.
Well, she said that most of the money that she gets from it will be given to charity.
Of course.
That I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That I believe she's that kind of person. I just think that somebody like her of her stature is like, what you see is what you get from her. She doesn't strike me as like a devious person in any way, shape. I can't even see her acting as a devious person.
She's played a few edgy roles. I've seen her in I mean I've seen clips of her in a few edgy roles.
and I mean, having the fortune of like working with her, like even if you really think about it, Joe is kind of edgy too.
Yes.
But when she comes, it's like she can play that role and say, I'm not what she says, I'm not a fucking so-and-so star.
I'm not a fucking fabric store.
Yeah.
And she runs off.
You warm that up?
Yeah,
the salad though.
the salad.
Yeah.
Dinner, anyone?
Oh, Maribel, don't tempt me.
It's just cheeseburger pie.
Oh, that sounds amazing. Oh my gosh.
But just seeing her, like she can walk right off the stage after saying, I'm in a fucking fabric store or whatever.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And then come off stage and she's like, hey friend, how are you? And it's like,
Yeah.
wait a minute, you were just cursing somebody out on stage, and it's like
It's called acting. It's acting.
Well, she's very talented, so which I'm very fortunate to call her a friend. Personally, I love the woman. I think she's awesome.
Mhm.
Um, as well
My
as like
21st birthday is coming up at the end of February.
Wow.
oh, your 21st birthday?
Yeah.
Planning on doing anything special?
I live in LA, so I'm gonna go to the Magic Castle. I did my 13th and 16th birthday there, and we know a magician there, so we get to go there.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I remember my 21st birthday. That was when I made my first feature like film debut in Bohemian Rhapsody.
What?
You in Bohemian Rhapsody?
Yep. That
Really?
was 4 years ago in 2018. And it was May 21st, 2018, when the trailer first dropped. It was on YouTube. And at the end of the trailer, there was an ad that said, "Put me in Bohemian." What that is, it's a website, but you have to use your iPhone or iPad and use it through Apple Safari, which I don't know why they won't let you do it to Google Chrome. But all you have to do is record your voice. In other words, you have to sing Bohemian Rhapsody, not the full song, but
Right.
half of it. And once you're done with that, you get a chance to play it back to see if you like it. If you like it, you submit it to the folks at 20th Century Fox. Now it's called 20th Century Studios because, again, Disney owns it. And they'll let you
What
know.
don't they own?
Right.
Yeah. But they'll let you know if your voice got selected. So I did that a couple of times because it was at the time, well, it was like the 10-year anniversary of being a fan of Queen since 2008. And basically, that was, I mean, if it weren't for the movie Wayne's World, I would not been a fan of Queen to this day. So basically, and I haven't sang that song in a long time since I did it at Veterans Memorial School in New Jersey, Valley, New Jersey. That's where I was originally born and raised, actually. So I did that a couple of times and I submitted it in, of course, like, okay, when they'll let me know. Fast forward to October 23rd, 2018, got an email from them. It says, "Congratulations, you're in the film."
Wow.
And what they did is that they used my voice along with thousands of people who submitted this from the website, mix it all together to make it sound like you're one of the audience members. And it's at the Live Aid scene, just the song section only.
Wow.
Cool.
I was very lucky, honored to do that one. I mean, I will say what I do wish though at the end credits, I wish they would have put "Thank you to the following people who participated and put me in Bohemian." They would have put my name there, but hey, it is what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, I was very lucky and fortunate enough to be a part of that award-winning movie.
Very
So yeah.
Actually, it was a good movie. I liked it.
Oh yeah.
What was it, Rami?
Yeah, Rami Malek.
Yeah, he did a good job.
Yeah.
Although way shorter than an actual Freddie Mercury, but you know, still, he did a good job. You know.
Yeah. And basically, now I didn't meet the band Queen until 2019 when I went to see them for their Rhapsody tour at the Amalie Arena. It was Queen and Adam Lambert, and it was worth the wait.
Really?
Yep, worth the wait. Got the photos of me as Freddie Mercury actually, and one of those photos is actually featured in their music video over back in 2020. Because they were like, "Hey, we're making a music video. If you have any memories of the tour, submit it in and you'll be featured." So I did that along with holding the album of Queen live around the world because that was the live album that we're releasing. So I did that. And then once again, December 2nd came. Next thing you know, boom, in the music video.
Wow.
Yeah, it's on YouTube actually.
Well, I was like, oh, barely talk. Excuse me.
Go get your cheeseburger pie.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to eat some dinner. It's been a pleasure talking to all of you. Thank you for letting me ramble on for so long.
Anytime.
Yeah.
Hey, anytime, man.
And we got to do this again sometime.
Absolutely.
You know,
Oh, I plan on it.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully, you know, it will. Well, we don't have to talk about the Lauren Patton discussion anymore because we kind of probably beat that animal to death
Yeah, we
already.
can call it something else.
Right. You know, but we can blame the whole thing on COVID or something like that. You know, but it was a pleasure talking to Taya,
Oh, thank you so
Samuel,
much.
MG, and Haley. You know, and hopefully I get to see you guys again soon. Hopefully it'll be for a wonderful show that's at the Broadhurst Theater. You
Mhm.
I
know,
would love that.
Yeah.
I'll
Unless,
be
of
in New
course,
York in June, so
I mean, unless of course I'm doing a show at the Oslo, hopefully they might debut in Hood. I will
Oh.
try my best to invite you guys if that sounds sort of, but make sure you bring your vaccine card and mask because they're doing the COVID protocols as well.
Okay. Don't worry, I'm already vaxxed and boosted.
Same here.
You know. But anyway, you guys have a great night.
Yeah.
All
You
right.
too.
All
All
right.
right, you too. Take
And
care,
say bye to
Annie.
Maribel
All right.
for us.
We'll do. She's in the
Take care.
kitchen right now. Okay.
All right.
That was great.
Oh
He's
yeah.
always great.
I that was the first time I got to talk to him.
Isn't he wonderful?
Yeah.
I mean, just like
He is.
he's amazing. I love him so much. He's amazing.
I didn't even realize that he was going to be here. Like, I honestly, it didn't even occur to me that he was in the group until I was like, oh my God, do I put pieces together?
Yeah, when Haley and I did this conversation the first time, Ernie showed up to that one, and it was pretty much the same thing. We basically just he just kind of talked the whole time and told us all these stories, and it was just awesome.
Yeah.
And I was
I don't mind
so
it.
generous with his time. Like he talked for 3
Yeah.
hours. And it
Yeah.
was
Yeah,
just
3
best.
hours.
And I honestly don't mind it.
Hey, but
No,
we recorded it this time, Haley.
Shut up. Thank you.
Yeah,
I was gonna show you this though, because I forgot to
Oh yeah, there it is.
There it is.
There it is.
Lauren Patton signature on a big little pill playbill.
Very nice, very nice. Are
I
we
got
showing
mine
stuff
from
off? 'Cause I'll
eBay.
post this.
Nice. I still have that book
Okay.
though. I still have it.
Yes.
Hold on.
Isn't it the
Hold on.
best though?
Hold on.
It's
hold
the
on.
best.
Hold on. Let me see if
I didn't know it was the libretto. I didn't realize it was actually the book. It wasn't
Uh-huh.
just like all these behind the scenes things. So I'm just like a nerd. I'm a screenwriter and I'm reading this script and I'm like, this is amazing.
And I got this from somebody too, and I love it.
Very
Yeah,
cool.
and I got the sheet music for Jagged.
Yes.
Oh, I want the sheet music.
Yeah, just in case if I ever, either perform like for cabaret wise, either Perfect or Mary Jane, just for cabaret purposes.
Sure.
You know what I
And then
mean?
there's my focus.
There you go.
Oh my
Like,
There you
God.
go.
Yeah.
I have the book. I got my first vinyl record for Christmas, which was really nice.
Very cool.
I got
Very
the-
cool.
The light blue one.
Nice.
And then I got a playbill with everyone's signature off of eBay because
Ooh.
I got most people, but I didn't get Lauren's signature, and I was really upset about that. So we got it off of
Yeah.
eBay.
It'll happen at some point, I'm sure.
Oh,
Yeah, I've been promised to be at her next show. My parents had promised to take me to the next show.
That's fair.
hold on.
Yeah.
Sing a Lauren Patton.
Happy birthday. I hope you have
Oh.
an awesome day. I'm recording this from our more Jagged Pills.
Oh my God, there it is. Yeah,
Oh
that's
yeah.
Small break. So I'm recording this to say hi. But I hope you have an excellent birthday. End of the show. And I'm so glad that the character has meant so much to you. It's helped you. It was helped me a lot too. So I feel you, and hopefully reopen the stage doors post COVID. See you in person, but regardless, I think about you. I hope you had a full birthday and sending you love. Hey, Haley,
And I'm just gonna say this. I died. I died. I was getting my
That's
hair
what I
done.
want.
I was
That's
getting
what
my
I want.
hair done. Okay, like the story is insane though. Like I was literally getting this done,
Mm-hmm.
and all of a sudden I got an email saying from Broadway Plus saying, "Oh, your Warm Head video is ready." I'm like, what? I forgot I bought that, and then I looked, and then as it was playing, I just started to bawl my eyes out, and like my hair just like looks over at me, and it's like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "No, I'm not okay. I'm not okay at all."
Yeah, that's what I
fair.
want for my birthday. I want a message from Lauren. That would be pretty amazing.
Like
Oh my
tears
god.
streaming down my face. I kid you not. I'm not making it up. I'm like little tears streaming down my face like a waterfall of tears. And I'm like, I'm not okay at all.
And it's such a special video too. It's so sweet. It's so like genuine and thoughtful.
I know.
Oh yeah.
But then I'm like, I was crying on the way home, crying in the salon. I'm like, oh, what is my life now?
And you have that forever, Haley.
I know.
Oh yeah.
I know. And then I was gonna mention this. I actually was one of the people who met Morgan Dudley and Addie, and I love that moment in my life. Like this is like it was like the best year. Like 2020. Okay, 2021 sucked. We're all gonna admit that, but I met Morgan Dudley, okay, and Addie.
There you go.
Boy.
There you go.
And I got
Oh,
a message,
yeah.
a birthday message from Lauren. So y'all can
Yeah.
Wait, when's your birthday?
October 29th.
Right
Oh my
before
god, so it was
Halloween.
recently that she did that.
Yeah,
Apparently she was in rehearsals for Jagged when she did that.
yeah,
Wait,
That's
was
what
it
she
on?
said on the thing, right?
yeah. That was like last year. Yeah, last year. That last October. Yeah, yeah.
Wait,
As in
so she
2021?
I think so.
was,
I don't.
was
I don't
this
know.
on
I don't
Cameo?
know math. I don't know years anymore. Time's just is just like time is just like the same. Like,
That's fair.
Was that on Cameo?
Broadway Plus.
That was on Broadway Plus.
Oh, you can get it on Broadway Plus now.
I don't think you can
Yeah.
anymore. I don't think that's an option anymore, but you used to.
I mean, some photo celebs has that shout out once. I mean, I know. I think Elizabeth Stanley has one. I think, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, I could be wrong, but yeah, it may be it. Yeah.
And I gotta say, MG, I'm like forever gonna be so mad at you because you're going to the Jagged reunion thing, and I'm like, I hate you so much, but
Oh,
Please,
yeah.
like, live stream it. I'm not even kidding. Please.
as soon as I saw that you said that you were going, I'm like, I hate you. And you had
Well, you're
Yeah.
in
you
New
in the video. I love your videos, and I watched your videos, and all of a sudden you just said, "Oh, by the way, yeah, I'm going to the reunion." I'm like,
You
Yeah.
guys, this past couple weeks have been I've been kind of like, you know, I know that some people have reached out to try to message me and I haven't really been good about messaging and stuff. It's been, as you can imagine, a really emotional couple of weeks, and
Yeah.
it's been hard for me to kind of be in touch with people. I even realized like I wasn't really responding to a lot of things on the pages, and I'm usually really good about commenting on things and liking things and all of that kind of stuff. And
Mhm.
I was like, I'm failing them. I'm not doing stuff. But I couldn't even like verbalize a lot of things that were going on within me, and all of like the hopes that I had for the show maybe continuing in some way, and trying to continue to spread the message, and like, do I create more videos? Because I had all these ideas about doing more videos, and you know, all of, as you I'm sure are aware. I mean, Samuel, you said you watched my video as well, so you saw a lot of my emotion on that video. That was the night
Yeah.
I found out.
Yeah, because honestly, after seeing that video, I honestly felt the same way as well. I mean, just the fact that the news drop out like that is like the same thing happened when I was filming. It was for a student film at my college. Got a notification from my dear good friend of mine, Tom Goodday, which can't believe it's been 4 years.
Mm.
That we've been friends. So basically, got a notification from him. It was in November, and I got a notification that said photo of Steven Son. I was like, oh, what's going on here? I was like, is his birthday today or something? I was like, I'm not, because I know his birthday's in March. And then next thing you know,
Yeah.
just like that,
Yeah.
and like I said, not like I did songs from Stephen Sondheim. I mean, I did Coming Tonight, my freshman year at Booker, and of course, after I graduated Booker, like 7 years now since 2015.
Yeah.
Basically, I did for Into the Woods again twice, one for Manatee and the other one for Fantasy Theater, and I did Not While I'm Around from Sweeney Todd at David Butler Fleet Street. So that was like the times there. And now, and as I said this to myself, I mean, if I ever get in a chance to do a Stephen Sondheim show, I will dedicate it to him because
Absolutely.
yeah, and same thing with the entire 21-22 season as well. I mean, I dedicated to Terrence McNally, Eddie Van Halen, which I've grown up listening to Van Halen back in 2006 when I was in New Jersey. And of course, dedicated to Neil Peart, which I was lucky and fortunate enough to see Rush twice. One from the Time Machine tour in 2010, and the other one was the last tour they did, the 40th anniversary tour. And that last one was there. That last tour they did was actually 6 days before I turned 18 at graduation day on May 30th. So I was very lucky and fortunate enough to see Neil Peart perform with the guys. And yeah.
Yeah. I guess I feel like, 2020 was awful. Like all of us, like 2020 was just really hard. There was so much to adjust to and so much going on just in society that was just bad. And there was this pandemic and we didn't know if there was ever going to be a vaccine, and we had a bad president, and there was all this stuff going on in 2020. And so it felt like 2021 was what we had earned some joy and all this kind of stuff. And at the beginning of 2021 was when I discovered Jagged.
Yeah.
And it opened up my world and
Oh.
and it gave me so much validation. And I joined these fan groups and I got some validation from them too. And I started creating these videos and I just felt like, okay, good. Things are good now. Things are getting better. And then right at the tail end of the year, we lose Sondheim, we lose Bell Hooks, Jagged closes, there's these wildfires in Colorado, and then we lose Betty White. And it's just like bam, 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 right at the end, right before we get out of 2021.
And for me personally, like I said, 2021 was a real interesting year for me because at the first of the fans started out great. Next, downhill because of the Capitol riot. Then of course the freezing shit happened in Texas, and
I'm in Texas.
Oh wow! And then of course March with my sprained ankle. Was another showcase there, which because it was at the time I was at my lowest point there. Because I thought it was it. I thought my career was done.
Yeah.
But luckily, I just remember it was like a don't give up moment inside my head. You know what I mean? So luckily, of course, I'm back on my feet now, like early May. So there's that. And then of course, again, with the Sondheim passing, and then of course the shocking of Jagged closing, and then next thing you know, Betty White. So
yeah.
And speaking of the Jagged closing too, I remember that day because I found out, and then moment, second, not even an hour, seconds after that post, I stared at it for a minute, and then I just wailed. I felt that scene in Hamilton when Eliza is mourning her son that had just been killed.
Yeah.
Yes.
I felt like that. I had that exact same scream.
Yeah.
And I just wailed.
I couldn't. I was numb. I was, part of me was in denial about it because I think we had kind of, it had been a gradual thing. They had closed the Thursday night show. They decided they didn't do, they canceled Thursday night like really abruptly. And I was like, that's good. It's because they're keeping people safe and they're trying to not have people get sick.
Right.
And then they were able to do the Friday night show because they had swings. And I was like, yay, swings.
Thank God for
And then I
that.
was waiting to hear about, you know, how Saturday was going to go.
Mm-hmm.
And then they announced that Saturday through like Tuesday, they were not going to do shows to save, you know, the cast and crew from getting COVID. And I was like,
Mhm.
I'm good with this. I'm good with this cast finally getting a break after however many months of doing straight 8 shows a week.
Mm-hmm.
Get some TLC, you know, enjoy New York at Christmas, you know, all of this kind of stuff that they wouldn't normally get to do. And then to like the day before they're going to come back on, they announced this, and it was so unexpected.
Yeah.
Because it just kind of came out, and it was because it was right before this thing that they were going to feature a lot of cast members on. And I was like, I'm not ready to watch this and process, like I was having to process so many things at once, and I couldn't even, like, my very first thought was for the cast and crew and how abrupt this was and how unfair it was that they didn't get to know when their final show was going to be, and the amount of work and time and effort they have put into getting this show made and how it has not gotten to stretch its legs every time it's getting closed after just a couple of months. And Lauren in particular, what she's been through this year, to have to say goodbye to this character in this way.
Yeah.
It wasn't fair to her. It wasn't fair
No.
to anyone.
No.
Oh yeah.
Especially her though, because like she was already going through like the emotion with what the controversy had done to her, and then now this.
Yeah. So that announcement of John Cardozo's that they were going to do a reunion was so welcome. It was such a welcome thing to see. And it just, like, because I had just been, I've been kind of trying to process it and recording that video and just polishing that video as quickly as I could, because it takes me forever to polish these videos and it takes me a month to get it posted. But I was like, I need to post this week because there's people out there who need this kind of catharsis. And so I'm glad that people have appreciated it. I'm glad that I was right about that. But I was kind of living in it. I was living in my own reaction that I had recorded and processing new reactions that I was feeling about things at the same time. And unable, like I was kind of engaging a little bit with some of the Jagged fans on the page as much as I could, but it was still like, I was still feeling so numb and unsure about what this meant for me, but also for us, because we kind of have built this community around this show. And if it's not around anymore, like, what does that mean for all of these bonds that are being created and all of these conversations that are being had? And I'm still not exactly sure what happens with that, but I'm glad that we did this today and that some people showed up for it and people have
come and left.
Yeah, come and left, but you know, come for a little piece and clearly still want to talk about Jagged, and that's great. But at the same time, I'm processing this, and my poor mother, who I've told about Jagged, who I'm at home right now with her, is like, doesn't know how to deal with me, because I'm just like, I'm so overcome with emotion and trying to process it and trying to talk to her about it. But like, she doesn't get it. She hasn't seen the show. She only knows what I've told her about it. And I've told her a lot about it, but it just, and so then when this reunion thing was announced, and I was just so happy, my first thought was like, I was so happy for the cast that they got to have a way on their terms to get to have some closure. Like, that was my first thought. I was just happy it was happening for them. Like, getting to see it would be amazing, but my first thought was like, I'm so glad they get to have something, because they got cheated out of this. It's not fair to them. And so when this was happening, it was just like immediate change of mood. And I feel like my mom was worried about me, and is probably still a little bit worried about me with how much I'm reacting to everything. And I'm like, I get it, it's just a Broadway show, but like, if you haven't seen the show, or you don't know the story, or you haven't seen yourself in the show in this way, you wouldn't get it. And I understand that, and I can acknowledge that. But you know, it's nice to have people who get it and be able to talk to them about it and have them receive what I'm putting out.
Yeah. I mean, even I get that too, because like even my mom was kind of worried about me because I was like, I was depressed. I wouldn't speak.
Yeah.
I wouldn't eat. I wouldn't do anything for like that full entire week.
Yeah. It's really like grieving. It's like a mourning period because honestly, I think what I was grieving more than anything was like the potential of this show to reach people because it's such an important show. And the idea that it's not going to be there for people to get to see, like I can't recommend it to people for them to go watch it and it can't continue these conversations. And you know, I am happy that like the Australia production is still happening and still doing stuff. So it's still living on somewhere else. But this Broadway show, like this poor company, what they've been through with the show. Yeah.
And even like the people like me who haven't gotten to see it, like you said, it's like Lauren and her character Jo, at least to me, has spoken in like many ways, and I'm like, and I've seen myself in that character, and to have that like ripped away from me,
because there's no Joes, there's no other Joes. Jo is this new, unique, amazing, messy character, and no one else is trying to do that. No one else is trying to create Joes, and I wanted Jo to be Jo for long enough that there would be more Joes out there. There would be more of these stories, more of these nuanced queer gender journey experiences, because people are going through that. And if you don't see yourself in somebody, you might not even realize that that's what's going on, that that's something that's valid for you to be going through. It's not just like a tomboy phase.
Right. And it's like, well, not even that though. It's like, there's never like, even if the show does end up touring, there's never going to be a Jo like Lauren Patton had done.
Yeah. And since Ernie just announced that the national tour is in the works, I gotta like get up my A game to get to the audition process for that show. But although the one thing that my mom's concerned about if I'm in national tour is the traveling though, because she's worried about me traveling by myself. That's the thing with that if I do that there. But you know, I would give it all my God if I ever audition for the national tour or the movie adaptation of Jagged Little Pill. I mean, I would give it all my God.
Samuel, I gotta say that audition room would be so much fun because I feel like anybody who's auditioning for it knows how good the show is. So they probably are just like a hardcore Jagged fan. So think about what that room is like. Just a room of Jagged fans who are just so excited about this thing happening. Like, yeah, that'd be amazing. What part would you want to go for?
Oh my God. You know, it's either I'll go with Nick Healy or Phoenix. So I'm in between those two.
Is it because of the role or is it because of the songs that they sing?
Kind of like both though, because for me, I connected with Phoenix because he's like the new kid in town. Because I was the new kid in town when I moved here in Sarasota, Florida, 12 years ago. I was that new kid.
Sure.
So I kind of felt that way. But with Nick Healy, on the other hand, he's a great guy helping people out. That's also like myself, you know what I mean? Because that's what I do, of course. I help people out. So that's why I'm in between if I'm gonna go one of those.
You know, actually, now that you mentioned like auditioning for like the movie, this is not gender related, so we could cut this out, but I do have to
Haley, it's your video. You can cut out whatever you want.
Oh,
you can make us look as bad or good as you want. It can be like The Bachelor, where like they're just cutting out the little bits and putting them out of context, and you can make us say whatever you want. You have the power.
But I did a couple of months ago. I don't know if any of you saw that they were trying to find people who are authentically in wheelchairs to play Nessa Rose in the movie adaptation.
What?
I auditioned.
I remember hearing that.
I auditioned.
Very cool.
Nice.
I didn't get it, but I auditioned and
You did the thing, man. That's the first step. That is a huge step. That's really cool. I didn't know that. I love that they were going for people who were actually in wheelchairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically that's what's happened with West Side Story when they were doing casting calls for the movie adaptation of it, like back in 2018. And basically, I have a couple of friends of mine that's in the movie right now, West Side Story. Yeah, Anna Isabel. Yeah, Anna Isabel, which we've known each other now for 5 years since we met at the Oslo when I went to see Evita. Mike Feist, we've met at Atlanta, Georgia for JTF, which stands for Junior Theater Festival. And he was one of the original cast members of Newsies, so I was lucky enough to meet him.
Mike Feist is fantastic as Riff. I saw the movie the other day, and oh my gosh, he's amazing.
Oh yeah, and of course Patrick Higgins. He's of course done shows here in Florida. Who else? Iris Menace, of course, because basically I know Iris Menace from Sherry Sanders, like as I mentioned like a couple of hours ago about Rock the Audition there, because I knew Sherry Sanders there because they know each other. So anybody who's friends with Sherry Sanders is a friend of mine. That's all I'm saying right there.
That's a cool 6 degrees of separation there, Samuel.
Yeah, but people call me CJ, S-E-J, because S is for Samuel, E is for Echeverria, J is for Junior. That's that's why people call me Samuel or CJ. That's how it is.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, because I mean, I loved West Side Story, but and you if you want to know why I hated this part, you're gonna have to go to my Instagram and see my review, because there's one person in there in particular I hated in the movie, and you can guess who.
Okay.
Let me just look it up.
Samuel's like, I'm gonna look.
Damn it! If I'm Instagram, you don't know my Instagram handle, so you can't find my Instagram handle. Oh.
I don't know if you guys have it set up like this, but like Haley and Samuel are on one row and then MG is below them, and Samuel is looking towards Haley and Haley is like was looking at Samuel, and like Samuel's leaning over and kind of like looking over Haley's shoulder.
It's like a Brady Bunch kind of deal, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
At this point right now, I'm gonna play the Brady Bunch thing.
Okay. Well, you did say, well, but one person who I'm not gonna name, of course, that part right there, of course, which basically I'm not gonna lie. I mean, the 10 out of 10, I agree with that as well, because that's exactly.
I could have given 100. I want to give it 100, but there's no skill for that. Yeah,
and honestly, and it was at the time when I was stage crewing for the Marvelous Wonderettes, for the Players and Performing Arts at the Crossings at Siesta Key, because I saw it at Cine Bistro, Siesta Key. It's at the Westville Mall, and honestly, I was a complete emotional sobbing mess. And honestly, when we were in a sing somewhere, I just balls of tears there. I mean, because after the song, I looked up and say, "Thank you, Stephen Sondheim, for everything." Because that's a classic there. Because I've known West Side Story for a very long time, since I was a kid. From watching the 1961 film adaptation of it, and then of course, as I've gone older, saw the national tour production back in 2014 at the Van Wezel, and of course, now seeing the remake of it. I mean, it is so well done.
Steven Spielberg.
Yes, it is so well done. And same thing with Tick Tick Boom when I saw that Cine Bistro right before it came out on Netflix though. It was on November 12th. And again, I was a complete emotional sobbing mess there, because I've known Rent since, again, I was a kid. In 2005 when because my cousin showed me the film version.
I was like probably way too young to be watching Rent.
Yeah, that's like the same. That was like the same time. I was like watching Mano Mencia with Carlos Mencia on Comedy Central, which I was actually lucky enough to meet him back in 2016, and the last time we saw each other was at 2018, and it was at McCurdy's Comedy Club at Sarasota. So I was very lucky and fortunate enough to like hang out with him after the show. Very lucky, fortunate enough to hang out with them.
Very cool.
But with Jonathan Lawson Wise, I grew up with Rent in 2005, and then of course I remember seeing the trailer for the final film live on Broadway of Rent, of course. And then of course I still have the DVD copy of the 2005, and I still have the 2008 copy of the film, which I didn't even recognize Renee Elise Goldsberry at that time because I only know her from Hamilton, but I didn't recognize it was her at all.
Yeah.
Same thing with Will Chase. I didn't because when I watch Sharp Objects on HBO, I didn't even recognize it was him. I didn't recognize it was Will Chase. I was like, wait, who's that guy? And then I was like, it just surprises you every single moment of that because you can never tell who's in it, and if you see them from somewhere.
Yep.
And can I just say though too, like yes, I'm very, very sad that Jagged, I'm still like heartbroken and it's gone. But also now that Lauren doesn't have a show, can we just put her back on Blue Bloods? Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Can that happen?
Right.
Okay, I cried my eyes out when she left. I want her back.
It was such a sweet scene between her and Vanessa at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen a bunch of TV spots of that show, Blue Blood. So good thing I have Paramount Plus because that's the next show I'm gonna binge watch right after I'm finished binge watching Frasier, because I know there's a reboot in the works right now, and of course still binge watching Bar Rescue with John Taffer, which of course we've stayed in touch through this whole pandemic, of course. So yeah, there's that. So that is the next show I'm gonna binge watch and see if I can spot Lauren Patton there. But I know Sean Allen Quill and Elizabeth Stanley did an episode of it, if I'm not mistaken.
I saw Elizabeth's because it was a more recent season. It was maybe last season.
Yeah.
Sean might have been on a previous season. I'm not sure.
Sean was
Really knows.
Yeah, I do. I'm obsessed with Blue Bloods. Don't judge me. Shut up. It was.
What's the episode title?
I don't remember everything.
Oh, I thought you said you were obsessed.
Well, she is though.
Thank you. God.
Yeah, that's like the one show that I'm recently been obsessed at this time. It's called Assassins.
More than ETI. There, got it.
Yeah, there you go. But that one musical that I've been obsessed for like weeks now, since of course I just got the vocal score for Christmas, and that is Stephen Sondheim's Assassins, which of course, even though the off-Broadway is doing its run right now, which I'm hoping they transfer that into Broadway at this point in time.
Hopefully they can.
Oh yeah, because basically for what I've seen from photo-wise, I mean, oh man. I mean, you have Ethan Slater, aka SpongeBob.
Oh yeah, we know.
And then you got Stephen Pasquale, which I know from American Son. I saw it on Netflix there, but hearing him sing, Jesus, that was good. But that one song that been stuck in my head for day is "Everybody's Got the Right." Oh my God, it's been stuck in my head for weeks now. That's how good it is. And even though I've heard like two songs from the show, one is the Gun song, which of course from Theater Lives. It's an organization they did during the pandemic here in Florida by a friend of mine, Corey. And the other one, Unworthy of Your Love, from not just from friends of mine from they did a Sondheim virtual playlist on Theater Lives, but it was also featured in The Politician with Ben Platt and Zoe Deutsch. Oh my God. The more I get into that show, man, I was like, I hope they do. I hope that Oslo or any theater here in Florida does Assassins. I just hope they do. because
Yeah.
I would love to do that show.
Mhm. But I will say, going back to Blue Bloods for a second. So I feel like the character of Witten is such an interesting and important character for that show, because you got somebody outside of the Reagan family who's a cop. And so you're seeing what it's like to not be a Reagan and be a cop, and the things that Witten was having to put up with. Although I will say it was a little too much life imitating art, that Witten was like taking the brunt of all of the vitriol about cops. It just felt like why are they picking on Witten? And it felt like the why are they picking on Lauren thing a little bit. So when that was done, I was kind of like, I'm good that storyline is over. But I feel like Witten doesn't want to be a cop anymore. So if she comes back, it's not going to be as a cop. And I think that they should like run into her at her new job where she's like a cabaret singer, or like is actually like a rock star or something. So that way we actually get Lauren singing on Blue Bloods.
Dude.
Can we start a petition for that?
Right? I mean, look, the Donnie Wahlberg singing karaoke scene. I'm like, but
he didn't even do it though.
He didn't even do it.
They were teasing it. They were teasing it so much, and right before he started singing, they cut the end of the episode.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that is not fair. You cannot give us Donnie Wahlberg almost singing.
You can't give us a member of New Kids on the Block singing and then just fade to black.
Yeah. And they knew exactly what they were doing too. You know, those writers were just like, haha, we're gonna get them.
We're gonna get them.
But anyway, that's my thing. And I think my thing about, like, as much as people are like, well, she should just go back to Blue Bloods now. First of all, let her have her grieving period, because I feel like one of the reasons that she probably left Blue Bloods was because she was doing Broadway, so that she could devote her time to Joe, because I feel like Joe is someone that is it's a character that's so important to her to tell that story and to play that character, that, you know, that's where she wanted her focus. That was why she didn't, you know, that's why she took a hiatus from Blue Bloods. So it kind of feels like the second choice to go back to Blue Bloods, you know, like that it would almost be like a reminder of what she's not doing.
Yeah.
So
but I do like the fact that they kind of left it open, at least.
Oh, they absolutely did. They left it open at the end.
Yeah.
And they've mentioned her name a couple times in other episodes. So they're still reminding you that Witten exists in the universe. So I do think that they're intentionally leaving it open-ended for that character to come back in some way.
Right. But then, like, for me selfishly, for me, I can't stand Vanessa Ray with anybody else. I just can't. It doesn't look right to me.
And I think that sentiment is true. I think that Eddie doesn't like any of her new partners more than Witten. I don't think that you can recreate that kind of chemistry that was created. I feel like Lauren was probably not meant to be as big of a role, but because of the chemistry between the two of them, they were able to kind of like, you know, have that be a thing, and that have them featured more with their partnership and things. So
that only like not only did Witten and Janko, I couldn't remember the name for some reason, but Eddie and Witten, they, like, when their chemistry kept growing, then so did Vanessa Ray and Lawrence.
Yeah.
And that's what I really like, is like they became more closer friends in real life while also in the show.
And it just translates on screen. Like, you can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't think you can get that with anybody else. Just my personal opinion, you can't get that with anybody else.
I don't think so either. And I remember that, like, when when Eddie first like wanted to team up with Witten, I remember that was a big deal because Witten had just come back on the force, and the reason she was like fired and then came back on the force, and so like nobody probably wanted to work with her, and so Eddie was just like, no, I want to. And it was also because she was like, I want a female partner. Like it's a different vibe having two women in the cab. And so I liked all of the reasoning there. It all felt very organic for why these two would want to, why Eddie would want to work with Witten. And I liked the idea that Eddie was like kind of giving Witten a chance, you know, that she wanted to kind of reach out a hand and help somebody who maybe was not having the best time with her current situation. And it endeared me more to Eddie that was the way that partnership happened.
Right. And I think, and I remember I was rewatching 12-1, the first episode of season 12, where Witten got fired. And just seeing how much her character like was just like heartbroken by like what had happened. Like, you know, like she got in trouble for like basically doing her job.
Protecting herself against the threat. Yeah.
And then that was like the same day as like that was the same day that aired that the controversy was like happening. So then it's like like first
it was all too real. It was all life imitating art, and it was hard to kind of digest the fictional storyline that was happening on screen when you know what's going on in real life.
Right. It's like,
and that moment though, when Eddie leaves and the door closes and then Witten like is against the door and she starts crying, I was just like, stop it. I can't.
I know, I was about to cry too. I was like, I'm gonna lose it. Like, stop. Can I just give you a hug, please?
Yeah. I was like, let Eddie give you a hug. Eddie's right there. Tell her how you're feeling.
Open the door. Just open the door. Back up.
Yeah.
Just like turn around, open the door. She's standing right there. You can just open the door and just give her a hug, please. She's standing right there.
I mean, I'm sure she did after. I'm sure they said cut and they opened the door. Like, I'm sorry. You know that's what happened. Come on.
Yeah, you know that.
They probably opened the door. They were like, good acting.
Let me wipe a little tear off right there. Oh, good acting.
They're like, is that real vodka over there? I'll drink some of that.
I know. And then like I was rethinking about that scene when the whole Jagged thing about when it closing started, and I was thinking, I remember I was like, man, that is now me. That is just now me. Witten is now me in that scene. Just give me the vodka, please.
Yeah. I feel like that too, you know, after that aired. So yeah, because that aired back in what, like October?
Yep.
Probably. It's like probably right before the show came back, I think.
Oh, the Tony Awards?
No, the first episode of Blue Bloods from this season.
Oh, my bad.
You're good. No, the Tonys were September 26th.
Yeah. And the Tonys were
amazing.
And the Tonys were amazing because Lauren won.
Oh yeah.
Gosh. And just the most classy speech.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
In like a juice looking outfit. I just gotta make that joke because it did.
It was totally intentional. You know that was
intentional. It could not have been not intentional.
Yeah. It was a good show though. There was a lot of good stuff on that show. A lot of good stuff happening. But yeah, no, so that aired before Jagged came back. And so it was before I got to see Jagged. So now rewatching that scene and seeing particularly the way that Witten is kind of like playing off how upset she is, you know, she's kind of like, oh, I'm fine, whatever. And she's kind of interacting with Eddie. But then it's not until Eddie leaves that she really breaks down. And so you can see how much she's like stemming the emotion, how much she's trying to not emote in that scene. And so now, having seen the show and seen That I Would Be Good, which is that same kind of thing, I'm just like, yeah,
I can see that.
That's what it is. That's what's happening right there. And so I can like recognize that, which is cool. But I mean, obviously she goes a little further with the emotion in That I Would Be Good because
But didn't you like really kind of feel like, oh my god, like, because like I remember in a scene like they like panned over to the gun sitting on the table, and that was her dad's gun, and I'm like, why is it sitting out? Why is it there? Why are they panning to it? I don't like this.
Yeah, it was a weird moment where I was just like, I don't see this being Witten's storyline. I'm not really sure why they're doing that. And I feel like it wasn't needed, but I feel like they were just trying to add even more tension to that scene to be like, what's going to happen when Eddie leaves? Like, I was like, that doesn't do a service to this character if they decide that that's the end for this character. That doesn't make sense to me. So I was glad that they didn't go further with that.
Would be her ending.
Yeah, I was glad they didn't go further with that.
Yeah.
I was kind of like, I don't know about that. So, yeah.
Yeah. It just didn't.
But I hope Witten's happy. That's like she had to put up with so much when she was on the force. It was not surprising that she wanted to leave. Like, who would want to stay, you know? But
right. Especially like with all the hate that you see that cops really get in New York, and like actually not just New York, just everywhere, but especially in New York, you know.
Yeah.
But of course, in that stress, because I know that she even talked about like how, like, and even talked about like all the stress that it was just too stressful.
And I do not, let me tell you who I do not envy are the Blue Bloods writers, because I can imagine, especially when the George Floyd stuff happened and they realized that they were going to have to write a cop show that was responding to what was going on in society. Like everybody who was writing TV during 2020 and was thinking about putting out new seasons and thinking about how to address the pandemic had their own things that they were going to have to figure out how they wanted to tell the story, or if they wanted to jump forward, or, you know, because there were a lot of medical shows that covered things with the pandemic. But the thing with the cops is so intense and personal, and there's so much there's so many sides of everything going on, and there's so many people being affected by it. There's so many facets to that particular really, really like incendiary issue that I can't even imagine what it's like to be on a cop show and having to write about the police and police brutality, and how do you handle that when your focus is on the cops and not society, who is so upset at cops right now. Like, how do you make cops sympathetic at this time? Is this the time for cops to be sympathetic? Or, you know, like, I do not envy them for having to navigate all of that. It's a lot. It's a lot to take on.
All I gotta say is that Lauren's a damn good cop and a damn good actor.
Teenager. She's a good teenager.
Good teenager.
She's a convincing teenager at almost.
She's a convincing teenager. She's a damn good builder. That's what I'm for sure. The way that she builds, you ought to know. Oh my god.
I mean, and a lot of that though, like, you have to give a lot of credit to A, Alanis Morissette, and B, Tom Kitt, because the arrangement, that trio on on That I Would Be Good. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Like that. Yeah. Like I've listened I had heard several of Alanis Morissette's songs before seeing this. I hadn't heard all of the songs that are in this, but now, like, if I want to listen to her version of the songs that I know so well as the musical version, it's a weird experience because I'm like, oh, this is different than the way that it is in this, especially the things that they took from being solos and put into like group numbers or trios or duets and stuff. It's a different vibe, and I'm like, I know I should like the original, and it's weird to call it the original. It should just be called the version, and the other one should be called the cover. But it's weird to listen to the Alanis Morissette version of some of these songs, particularly That I Would Be Good, because what Tom Kitt has added to this song with the way that he's turned it into a trio and with the actual parts that he's added in of lyrics are some of my favorite parts of the song. The most impactful parts of the song for me are things that are not in the original song. And so it's weird to listen to the other version. Also, the fact that she plays a flute is amazing. I did not know she played the flute, and I was like, it's like Lizzo, but she's way earlier than Lizzo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really want to go see her. I want to go see Alanis in concert so bad. So bad.
She would be incredible in concert.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, I was lucky and fortunate enough to see Alanis in concert back at Tampa. I was gonna see her in 2020, but yet again, kept postponed due to the pandemic. I'm like, what do you want, 2020? You want me to see Alanis Morissette first, or you want me to see Jagged on Broadway? Make up your damn mind. But I'm glad everything worked out great. I was lucky enough to see Alanis Morissette on August 17th, 2021. And it was at the Mid-Florida Credit Union Empire Theater at Tampa. It was at Tampa's Florida State Fairgrounds, because that's, I mean, and I've been to that location for many times, of course, since 2010, when I went to see Rush, Time Machine Tour. And then, of course, I went to see these. Then I was there for, oh my God, I was there for the Doobie Brothers, Journey, Dave Mason, which I'm seeing the Doobie Brothers again this June. And of course, seeing the Rock Hall 3-for-All Jam was with Cheap Trick, Heart, and Joan Jett and the Black Hearts. And it was on Joan Jett's birthday, September 22nd. And I didn't know it was Joan Jett's birthday until like it was during Joan Jett's set. And Cheap Trick and Heart came out there and sang a happy birthday. And Rick Nielsen from Cheap Trick said, like, all right, everybody get the fuck out. I was like, classic Rick Nielsen. But yeah, it was a blast. And it was at the time, it was my last visit to that area there. It was until, again, I got a chance to see Alanis Morissette, and it was with special guest Garbage.
Yep.
Which now I'm completely obsessed with the band now because of the song Stupid Girls.
Yeah.
And then, of course, originally they were supposed to have Liz Fair in it, but she dropped out. But they put this new artist named Cat Power, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Yeah, Cat Power, which was new to me, of course. I mean, I enjoyed Cat Power. Garbage, right there. But last one said, whole new other level there. Cause like some of the cast members from Jagged appeared on the screen during the tour. And I know like it was during not the doctor. Yep. Heather was there, Kay Pence was there, and even during the song Smiling, Elizabeth Stanley, Catherine Gallagher, Cellulose Good, and Lauren Patton, everybody was there. And I was not expecting that to happen there.
You're like, I'm not ready for this. I'm not prepared.
And not only that, but the beginning, before she did the first song, All I Really Want, they did the montage of her career. And of course, they even featured the clip from the movie Dogma, which that movie is the reason why that I've been a fan of Alanis Morissette. Because if it weren't for the movie Dogma, I would not have been a fan of Alanis till this day. And of course, doing the song Hand in My Pocket, I did a little bit of a choreo from the show. Okay, not sure if I'm doing it right, but I'm gonna wing it anyway. But you ought to know, okay, that one, oh my God, I went full Lauren Patton in me. I went in my inner Lauren Patton in me there.
Yeah.
And I was like, doing about, I was like, what was it? What the hell? Damn, went down and do my lawn pan thing. Just do my lawn pan thing, and boom, got high fives from audience members afterwards. So yeah, it was really good. I had a blast seeing Alanis, man. I really do, and I hope she gets inducted to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, just like when they did to the Go Go's and Tina Turner, because of course for Tina Turner, of course there was a musical there, the Tina Turner musical. The Go Go's head over heels, the musical.
Yep.
So I'm just hoping that Alanis Morissette gets inducted to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame this year. That's what I'm hoping for.
Hey, if you get a Broadway musical, that should be like the first notch to tick, right? That's just like, you got the Broadway musical. Next is Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I know, and some of the artists who were inducted to the Hall of Fame, I've seen these guys perform actually in tour. I've been friends with the band Chicago since like 2015, 16 ish.
Very cool. Yeah.
Yeah, because I met one of the former members when I was doing hair at the Van Theater, and it was during the gala opening on November 9th. And basically, I met Donnie Dacus, who not only was a former member of the band Chicago, but he played Wolf in the 1979 film version of Hair. So that was a huge moment for me. And then, of course, 2016 came, and this was when Chicago got inducted to the Hall of Fame. And same thing with Cheap Trick. And luckily for me, when I went to see Chicago at Tampa for the Florida State Fairgrounds, it was with the Heart and Soul 2.0. It was Chicago and Earth, Wind and Fire, and and it was like days before my mom's birthday. Hers was on the 20th of March. I mean, I saw it on March 26th, Saturday night, and it was fantastic there. I had a blast seeing those guys. And of course, April 2016, Sarasota Film Festival. That's when I went to see Now More Than Ever, The History of Chicago. It's a documentary film. Back then, it was like it was unfinished. It was at the time, it was like, oh, they're not in the Hall of Fame. But now that they are, my friend Peter Pardini, who is the nephew of one of the current band members of Chicago, Lou Pardini, yeah, he film directed it, and I met him, stayed in touch with him, and he actually filmed added footage of the Hall of Fame ceremony, which of course you get the final touch of it, which is out right now on Blu-ray, DVD, digital HD. Highly recommended if you want to get into the music of the band Chicago. Highly recommended. It really is a good documentary film. It really is.
Very cool. Well, Taya says that she also saw Alanis.
Yes. Oh my God. It is exactly. Yeah, I saw Alanis in October 2021. It was different, like MG said. It wasn't the same as the musical, and the lyrics that were different caught me off guard. Yeah, it's funny you said that, Tay, because doing head over feet, I think it was no, it wasn't head over feet. I think it was ironic. That's what it was. Doing the song ironic. I think it was a lyric. There was a lyric there, like it's like the meeting the man of my dreams with his beautiful wife. Alanis, but when she said it,
she's like updated the lyric.
Yeah, she updated the lyric, like it's meeting the man of my dreams and meeting his beautiful husband.
Yep.
Yeah, that was right there. Because of course she is married to Mario Soul Eye, which I have the CDs of his husband's music, which I haven't gotten a chance to listen to it yet, but I will. But same thing with You Learn, though. As for You Learn, is what the way the lyrics there is like the way a 3-year-old would do. But when the tour, I should say the way a 3 or 4 a 10-year-old would do, because that's the kid's age, of course, that she has 3 kids. I was like, that is icing on the cake right there.
Yeah.
But above all, it was really great. It was really great. And then of course, and she still got that whip the hair one. She still got it. After all these years later, she still got it. That's what make that's the reason why she created the role of God for Dogma with Jay and Silent Bob. I'm hoping that she'll appear in Mallrats 2 and Moose Jaws because I know the third movie Clerks is gonna come out this year, hopefully, because they filmed it during the pandemic in New Jersey though. So I'm hoping that even though she may not be in Clerks 3, but I'm hoping her music will be in Clerks 3 because one of her songs was in Clerks 2. Actually, I can't remember what song it was, but her music was there actually in Clerks 2. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Clerks 3. And that okay, this is a quick question from Tay. It says, what musical was your favorite like Jagged is now? Before Jagged, I really love Heathers and Mean Girls, Be More Chill, Rent, Wicked, of course, Hedwig and the Angry Inch, but my obsession before Jagged was probably Mean Girls. That's a good question there, Tay. That is a good question there. I mean, I get this question so many times, of course. And people have been asking me, like, oh, what's your favorite musical? What musical you like, of course. I get this question so many times because I've been doing theater for almost 20 years now. I get this question every single time. Basically, of course, besides Jagged, um, I and of course I mentioned this earlier, Steven Sondheim's Assassins. But oh my god, but of course there was another show that I had in mind, and it's basically because right now we're about to enter midterms this November, and it's called Bloody Andrew Jackson. I mean, that right there is like punk rock meets history there.
Yeah.
You combine those two together and boom, you put a perfect show there. And another show I enjoyed is Spring Awakening.
Yeah.
I mean, that show was the soundtrack of my high school days at Booker. And of course, Catherine Gallagher has said it herself. It was a soundtrack of her high school days. It was also the soundtrack of my high school days. So we get the same connection there. And I've been hanging out with Catherine Gallagher since the pandemic, of course, since we met at the Broadway Evolve. We phone banked together actually for Knockout for Democracy. And this is during the 2020 general election. And of course, I didn't know what phone banking was until she told me about it. But I got the hang of it. And of course, we had our virtual date for her song, because her music video premiered. I think it was Cross-Legged in the Kitchen was gonna release at the time. Yeah, so I was of course there for that. So yeah. And I would say this as well. And honestly, okay, hold on. Tay just says,
oh,
yes, I love.
Yeah, that's so cool. I'm so jealous of you. I wanted to see that.
It's funny you say that, Tay, because back in 2016, when I was watching the Tony Awards, I didn't know who she was at the time. I didn't know who Captain Gallagher was at the time. I thought it was some gorgeous hot babe that I have a crush on. Because even though I'm still single here, ready to mingle, but I didn't know who she was at the time until years later, of course, with Jagged coming out at the time. So yeah.
Let me tell you, I knew who Ali Stroker was because I had watched the Glee Project. And so I was like, hey, I know her. And I was like, this is so cool that they're signing, because it just, to me, the fact that they're signing it accentuates what's already such a beautiful, beautiful song. Like it adds so much. The fact that there's like this theme of lack of communication between people, between especially parents and kids, adding in ASL to that just like highlights that even more, and I think it makes it better.
Yeah. And when I did Godspell for the second time, I did it the junior version back in 2013. But the second time I did it, it was at the Venice Theater 2015. We did a 2012 style, and we did a little bit of ASL for what was that? All Good Gifts. That's what we did. We did the ASL on All Good Gifts there, and that was actually the first time I ever done ASL there. So it was basically an honor to do that actually. And this was before I did hair at the Bandits Theater, which of course I was 18 at the time. But back in 2013, though, when I did the junior version, this was after I did the Broadway Junior Workshop production of Children of Eden from the folks at iTheatrics and Musical Theater International, which of course I was lucky enough to, even though I've known Tim McDonald and Stephen G. Kennedy, like friends with these guys, and of course working with, but of course it was an honor working with Corey Middlebrook, and that's why I met Brad Simmons, which, like I said, hopefully I'll work with him again, reunited with him for Hood at the Oslo. And then of course, but I will never forget, it was on Friday, July 12th, 2013. And even though I haven't seen Wicked yet, but I'm hoping so, because on Friday, July 12th, 2013, that's where I met Steven Schwartz. I met Steven Schwartz there. I performed in front of him. So it was an honor to do that while I was doing the Broadway Junior Workshop production of Children of Eden. And that's one of his shows that he done, actually, because he wrote the score for Children of Eden. So
yeah. So Taya says that she's gonna go see Hamilton at the end of the month with ASL interpreters. That is super cool.
Oh,
that
yeah,
is gonna be amazing.
Oh yeah, that's the same thing. That's also because when I did hair, we had someone doing the ASL actually during the show. So that was like,
that's really cool
and like badass right there.
I was gonna say, so you were asking about our like favorite musicals before we discovered Jagged. I've never ooh, yes, I would love Allie. Allie would be amazing.
Oh yeah, Allie would be amazing.
Oh hell yeah, hands down.
She's great. I've loved her since the Glee Project, and so I'm so happy to see her career going. Like as soon as she did Oklahoma, I was like, yay, Allie!
Yeah.
But so I'm talking about musicals. I've always loved musicals. I've always loved theater, but I've never like had an obsession in this way. I've never like latched onto a show like Jagged just because I'd never, it's so much about like seeing myself in this character that just like has like leached me onto it. Plus all the music is just amazing. But I like musicals, and so I have musicals that I enjoy, and I did definitely go through a Hamilton phase, which is a wonderful time in my life because there's a lot of great songs in that. But I would say I'm going to answer a different question, and I would love to hear other people's answers on this. Dream role, if I were to play somebody in something, it would be Peter Pan in Peter Pan, because I love Peter Pan, everything Peter Pan, and particularly the musical. I grew up in Boston, and it came to the Wang Theater, and I got to see it when I was like 6, and I saw it 2 or 3 times when it was in Boston, and then when I moved to Texas, I saw it in Texas when it came through there, and I also got to see it when I was at school in California at the theater out there, and all of those times were with Kathy Rigby as Peter Pan, and it was incredible, including the last time in California. She was in her 60s, and she was still convincingly playing a 12-year-old boy, and it was amazing.
And she still got it.
Incredible.
Yeah.
That is insane.
Also, I met Kathy Rigby when I was like 6 years old, because this is like the first time I've been to like a theater show. So it's like a huge experience for me. And then it's Peter Pan on top of everything, which I'm obsessed with and still am. But we knew people in the orchestra, and so they were able to get us backstage. So I got to meet Kathy Rigby. I got a picture with her, which I still love. And like that solidified my love for Peter Pan and theater forever, because I was just like, it was a very formative time in my life, and it was like, this is amazing.
Yeah.
The best.
I would just like to play Joe. That's I'm biased because I love Lauren, but like I would play Joe. I want to be
That's
in
fair.
that
Yeah.
show.
Oh my god. For me though, I mean, I could give you a list of dream roles that I would play though. Besides Phoenix and Nick Haley for Jagged
Mhm.
Pill. For me personally, I would either go with Melchior Kapoor or Morris Stiefel from Spring Awakening.
Ooh, yes.
I mean, it
Solid.
depends on my vocality there. Same thing with Pierre from The Great Count of 1812. Because
Mhm.
I mean, come on, who doesn't love Josh Groban? I even met Josh Groban virtually during the
Wow.
pandemic.
Very cool.
And another dream role of mine is of course Hedwig from Hedwig and the Angry Inch. Just the score itself. I mean, just the score itself. And of course for Assassins wise, it's gonna be a tough one though, because either I go with John Wilkes Booth or Sam Beck or John Hinckley Jr. or Balladeer.
You can't pick them all, Samuel.
Yeah, I mean it is so tough. It's tough though, because it's like but basically for Bloody Bloody Andrew Jackson, hands down Andrew Jackson. I would go with Andrew Jackson for Bloody Bloody Andrew Jackson. And as for Disaster though, I would go with Chad, of course, because even though that's a Sapodowski musical, but I would go with Chad, because come on, that version of Without You, Adam Pascal's version.
Mm.
And not only that, I know you guys gonna be jealous about this, but I'm actually seeing Adam Pascal this May for
What?
Pretty Woman at the Strass Center.
Nice.
Just in time before I turn 25 this year.
Very
I really
nice.
want to see Pretty Woman so bad that it's like my goal. I love the movie, and like as soon as I heard that they were gonna do a play or that and do a musical, I'm like, I need to see this.
And then they
Yeah.
cast Sam Barks,
Yeah.
which was the best casting.
I have a crush on Samantha Fox since
That's
Les
fair.
Miserables.
That's fair.
Yeah, and honestly,
yeah.
I will
Yeah.
say, so Taya is writing in the chat, and I just want to say, Taya, you didn't have to tell us why you want to play Kelsey. I think we all could guess.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I would.
But then there's also Miss Honey from Matilda, which is also solid.
See,
solid.
that's a good role. That's a really good role.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I love Miss Honey.
I will
Okay.
say, because Haley said that she would play Joe, and I'm not saying I wouldn't want to play Joe. I don't have the ability to play Joe.
I don't have the.
That is a tour de force performance, and
I don't have the ability.
I am not able to project my voice enough to be able to play that role. That's why Peter Pan is better for me. It's more in my vocal
Yeah.
range. And I mean, I would have to like somersault and fly around the stage, but I think I could do that better than I could do any justice to You Ought to Know.
Yeah,
So
and
that is not
yeah.
what I would take on.
Yeah,
Oh.
and another dream role that I would love to do, since I still love Tick Tick Boom to this day,
Oh gosh.
since my high school day, that is John. I'm gonna go hands down with John DeLawson.
That's also a tour de force performance, Samuel.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because even though it's gonna be hard for me, like doing the song 3090, it's gonna be like breath control. That's like the thing that I've been working on for like doing the song 3090 now.
Yeah.
But yeah,
That's like
but
a song.
oh yeah, absolutely.
I will say, Tick Tick Boom, since we didn't really, we kind of skipped over it earlier. We were talking about it for a second and then we went into something else, and I was gonna say, I know that all of my videos right now on my channel are about Jagged Little Pill.
Yeah.
But it's meant to be, the initial intention for the channel when I was thinking about creating a YouTube channel before I decided my first video would be this really personal thing about how I feel about gender journeys and all of that, was to do like a film or TV review kind of channel.
Yeah.
And
Oh, yeah.
so because that's what my I studied in college was film. And so I have recorded my reaction to Tick Tick Boom, and so that will probably be the next video on that channel. If anybody, I know I have
my
2
God.
subscribers on here.
Hey,
So
I subscribe to your channel there. I mean, after watching that the JLP one closure one, I subscribed right away.
Yeah. Did you watch the other 2 videos? Because I have 2 other videos on there.
Okay, the other two, I'm gonna check that out tomorrow.
Okay.
Cause timing and all.
Oh yeah, no, I am not, no pressure whatsoever. But I just, since we were talking about Tick Tick Boom, I have thoughts, and they're in that video, and it is recorded, it is polished. I just have to decide on when I'm posting it. So.
Yep. And there was another musical that I enjoyed. It. Hold on.
Pause for drink.
Yeah. So there's a musical that I love so much, and that is The Heart of Rock and Roll. It is a jukebox musical of Huey Lewis and the News.
What?
Yep, they premiered at the Old Globe Theater at, I think it was like San Francisco or San Diego. It was one of the locations that when they did the Old Globe Theater, but it was premiered in 2018, and it was with Matt Dole, who's now in Company.
Okay.
He was in the show, and when I saw clips of it, the way they did the arrangement of one of my favorite songs, Hip to Be Square, I was like, okay, you have me sold. And I know, and I remember Huey Lewis himself announced that they're gonna try to bring it to Broadway, actually. And it was during the Kelly Clarkson show. I remember him saying that. So I don't know when the dates will be, but I am hoping.
Yeah.
I am hoping.
I mean, I'm hoping Broadway can kind of like stay alive long enough for some of these shows to come, you know?
Right.
Oh,
exactly.
oh yeah, absolutely.
That's the concern I have right now, that things are closing, but are things closing enough that they'll be able to open again, or are they closing too soon? Like it's there's so much uncertainty about
right,
all of
exactly. That's how I feel.
Yeah.
That's exactly how I feel too.
Taya, I'm reading what you're saying, and that's amazing. Do not even get me started on Darren Criss, because I have been a Star Kid fan since 2010, and I will talk about a Harry Potter musical for hours.
Yeah, speaking of Darren Criss.
No, Samuel, don't you dare.
I actually met him at JTF back in 2014 and 15.
Glee. I'm just gonna say that Glee. Glee was like my middle school, my
Haley,
favorite TV show.
I think we need to do a separate video just about Glee.
Just about Darren Criss. Just about how much Darren
Just
Criss
about Darren Criss. That's fine too. I could talk about Darren Criss. Darren Criss and Chris Colfer. I also have to talk about Chris Colfer in the video. The priority. But yeah, no, I did get to see him in concert though, I will say. I got to see Darren Criss in concert because he was doing, back before he had really like become Blaine Anderson on Glee, like he had done like maybe a season. But I went to see, he was doing concerts at Six Flags. So I went to Six Flags on the day that he was doing his concert. I took my sister, it was the day after her birthday. And we went to see Darren Criss in concert, which was amazing. His opening act though was Allison Stoner from Camp Rock and Cheaper by the Dozen and all of these things.
Yeah.
And she was so good. Like, first of all, she was just good in general as a performer, but she was so like kind, and she clearly knew that everybody there was there to see Darren Criss, and she was aware that she was just like the opening act, but she was so endearing on stage and just like so knew exactly what her place was. It was wonderful, and I was like, oh, she's an awesome person too. That's cool, because I had been a fan of hers as well, and I was like, I get Allison Stoner as well. But
that's incredible. That is incredible. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I don't think we can talk anymore in this conversation with that. That was just
so like, Taya, thank you for derailing the conversation in the right direction for the next one that we're gonna have.
Yeah, I mean,
like, I don't even think we can continue with that. Like, that was just like a peak of like I don't even know what to end this on. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean
Lauren Patton, I love you, but Darren Criss, I love you probably a little bit more.
We've known about Darren longer, I feel like, I feel like it's like the in Cadet Kelly when she's like, I've loved you longer. It's that thing. It's not that I love you more, it's like I've loved you longer.
Yeah. Oh my
and God. that's the sentiment, I think.
Well, I mean, I'll just say this. If anyone from the Jagged cast sees this, just know that we love you, we miss you. Sorry
We're thinking
about
of you.
we're thinking of you. I'm very
Yeah.
sorry that we derailed under Chris, but you know, it happened.
Yeah.
So
One
just,
day,
we have to deal with it.
Yeah, and like I said in my Instagram post, if you follow me, the cast of Jagged or Facebook as well, I hopefully will get a chance to work with you guys for shows either at the Oslo or Venice Theater or Players Center performing on demented players. In general, I just hope to work with you guys. I really do, because my heart goes out to you guys during this time, and I hope whatever the next project you're doing, either a film on Netflix or you know, in theater wise or on tour wise, I will always be there. All of us here for the JLP Nation will be there for you no matter what.
Because they're also just so talented. Like they're all just such
are.
talented performers that
They
it's just
are.
like you're watching them in their element and you're like, I feel so lucky to be in the same room experiencing this, especially all the people who are making their Broadway debut. So many of the ensemble, this is
Oh,
their
yeah.
first show and they're so good. And I'm
Um,
like, oh, okay, they're gonna have a long career. It's really cool to be discovering them right at the beginning of everything.
Right, and the reason why I wanted to do this was because it's like I want them to know how much they mean to us, and like you know,
Absolutely.
and I
Hands
don't
down.
want Jagged to die. Like with like not talking about these conversations, not talking
Yeah.
about how much Jagged means to everybody.
Yeah.
I just want
Yeah.
to keep it
I mean,
going.
you know that I'm already like, I'm not gonna let it die. I'm just
Well,
gonna keep
duh!
talking.
I watch every one of your videos. I know you're not gonna let it die. I just wanted to be part of it.
Yeah.
I don't want to
Fair.
be left out.
You're like, I love Jagged too. Can I do a video?
Oh man.
I'm sorry.
But see, I got you beat right now because I'm doing it on Instagram too. Like I've got two places. I got two places where the Jagged love is happening.
Oh,
Yeah.
shut up. Shut up.
No, it won't die. It's too important to die. It's affected too many people for it to just go away.
Yeah.
Even if it takes a while for it to come back, even if it never comes back in the same way,